Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Fortunately for you, an even more beautiful variety than Becky. I'm Ed and I'm here to present the late show. Sorry, that was just the wrong video. It said you're watching Becky, but you're not. Unfortunately, you haven't got the beautiful Becky. You'll have to put up with me instead, but don't panic because we've got some incredible deals coming up this evening, and I have to say, two of the gemstones I'm probably the most passionate about. They're not necessarily my favourite gemstones, but I'm so passionate about these two particular varieties, okay? And I think they work beautifully together, actually. But also, they've got a really interesting way in which they form. They've got a gorgeous look to them. They're both very well known, very prestigious. And of course, we know the rarity of both of these gemstones, so you just can't go wrong, especially when you're looking at this kind of quality and these kind of carat weights. They're certainly, I would say, a larger size than our traditional Rondelles, coming up at around about 8:30. So the last half an hour of the show, we're going to be launching our two premiere strands. This will be our superstar buy, and it's Tanzanite, one of the big five, and probably one of the most sought after gemstones within the industry at the moment, certainly for jewellery designers, but also for gemstone enthusiasts. In fact, I was saying the other day, I spent about half an hour in the vet talking to the receptionist about her Tanzanite earrings, so I know that it's sort of hot property right now, Tanzanite. Those are coming up at the end of the show, and I have to say I am mesmerised by the exclusive price point that we've been offered by our management team. And around about 8:30, so just before the Tanzanite, we're going to bring you our premiere strand of Fire Opal, another very interesting gemstone, this time offering you a little more variety. I mean, I think when you're looking at this range of colour tones, I mean, you've got the actual clarity from your white opals there, but it ranges into your golden tones, your tangerine shades, all the way up to those cherry reds. So something for everyone there. In total, both coming from our Gems of Distinction range, our elite range of gemstones, and they're coming up in the final half an hour of the show. Before that though, we're going to have money saving bundles throughout the show. In fact, we've got am I right in thinking the Aquamarine's brand new as well? My word, another premiere strand. We're spoilt for choice. And Aquamarine, of course, hot property as well, because a lot of our guest designers talking about this becoming their favourite gemstone purely because of the quality of the Aquamarine we can source here at JewelleryMaker. I have to say, if I had to pick all of the gemstones here at JewelleryMaker, I think Aquamarine's probably improved the most of all the gemstones in the last 12 months. So that's why it's starting to gain a little bit of notoriety here with our guest designers. 75 carats of faceted Aquamarine, and that's coming up at the halfway point, so around about 7 p.m. Now, before we get underway with our amazing deals we're going to bring you tonight, lots of clearance opportunities, I will also launch a little competition. Now, last week I was so inspired when I looked at these cultured pearls that I turned it into a necklace design. It's not perfect, I'll be honest, the finish isn't perfect, but I am still a beginner at jewellery making, and I'm going to give it away. So as I say, the finish isn't perfect. You might want to touch it up or even restrand it, I suppose, but we're going to offer you my piece of jewellery all the same. So it's a pearl necklace made by my fair hands. I promise you I did make it. I think I've got pictures actually. And we're going to do this via a bit of a competition. I'll tell you a little story first, the reason why I've actually asked you to get involved for this reason. Now, I went out on Saturday night. I don't get to go out very often because I've got 2 children and their mother works nights for this company. We're a family-run business, not just the Bennett family. There's lots of families that help to bring the Genuine Gemstone Company to air. And yes, their mother works nights, and so I don't get to go out very often. But I went out on Saturday night because my children were staying with their grandmother. I went out to watch Director Ben's band play a gig. So I got to feel young and everything. And unfortunately, I dropped my wallet. And so I was very panicked when I got home. I phoned the bank, I cancelled my card and all that business, whatever you got to do when you lose your wallet. But I thought the next morning, well, I might as well chance it. I'll phone the pub that we were in. So I phoned them and they were like, what's your name? Gave them my name. They were like, yeah, we've got your wallet here. The wallet is worth more than all of the contents. And so anyway, I went back there next day to pick it up. Not only did they have it, but the person who'd handed it in had even left the money in it. They hadn't even taken the money out of my wallet. And it sort of renewed my faith in humanity in many ways. I thought, well, there are kind people out there. I mean, this was a Saturday night. You think even the most honest person, if they've been intoxicated, might go through someone's wallet. But yes, very honest person, not only handed my wallet in, but hadn't even opened it up first, so they just handed it in. So, it got me thinking about times when perhaps our audience members have experienced this kind of kindness from a stranger. And so, I want you to send in your heartwarming tales of kindness. So whenever somebody's gone out of their way to be kind to you, because we're a very close community here at JewelleryMaker. Of course, we're a family-run business at the Genuine Gemstone Company, but also if you go on our Facebook site, I always see people sort of helping each other out with tips. And yes, so I want you to send in your heartwarming tales of kindness. So tell us a time when someone has been kind to you, and if anybody sort of pulls at our heartstrings enough, then you are going to win my pearl necklace. I'll send that out to you. The winner will be announced during the final hour of the show, and it will be picked at random by my producer, and he might ask for a little bit of direction from director Bruce, who knows. But the guys who are putting together the show will come up with a winner, the person who pulls on their heartstrings the most. That seems fair, and it's based on what happened to me at the weekend. So there you go. Now, here on The Late Show, let's do a little bit of admin before we start offering you incredible deals. Basically, our job is to offer you the best value of the day here on JewelleryMaker. So our idea is that if you've already got your P&P up and running as a result of the morning show or the designer inspiration show, and I have to say, I thought Becky was looking rather beautiful today in her dress, so I thought I will doff my cap to how gorgeous Becky looked. But if you were inspired to get your order up and running today, then we are going to find and add it to your order price. We only charge you one P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker of $2.95. And also, not only that, but you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So even if you are caught in two minds about something, you can get it home, see it in the flesh, and then make an informed decision. So that's the idea behind the show. And without further ado, I think we should offer people a few deals. We're going to start with a really popular combination of items. It's a bit of a wholesale deal on your wire. Now, wire work is one of our most popular disciplines here at JewelleryMaker. In fact, on Sunday on the Designer Inspiration Show, I was doing a wire work show. Today we've had a wire work show. That just goes to show you the popularity. We've got more designers dedicated to this discipline than any other, more DVDs. In fact, while the wire work show was going on, Louise Jacobson, another of our guest designers, was next door teaching a workshop on wire work. So it just goes to show you how popular it is. The reason for that is that it allows you to create very traditional pieces of jewellery, such as rings, for example. And of course, it makes your gemstones go that little bit further. So when you're creating the wire work pieces, not only does that sort of fill in the gaps, if you like, so that you can be a little more sparing with your gemstones, but it also gives you an opportunity to express your own personality. So I suppose that's what being a designer is all about, and that's why wire work is so popular. Now here we've got your finer gauges of wire. Now these are perfect for use with gemstones because they'll fit through any drill hole. And you've got your 0.25mm in your black and your 0.4mm in your sort of royal blue. So you really can't go wrong. These are two very, very versatile colours, quite neutral really when you think about the jet black tones. Even the blues seem to work with most gemstones, and of course, I guess, since we know blue gemstones and purple gemstones are generally the most popular varieties, then blue wire is definitely a sought after look. And you've got the 0.4mm here, so perfect for going through those drill holes, creating bales. Both of these are probably more perfect for the detailing, the weaving and the binding work that people tend to do with their wire work once they've created their structural pieces. But of course, thanks to items like the twister tool, you can actually double up on the diameter, so you can create 0.8mm from this particular reel. Now we're not just giving you these two reels, we're also going to throw in the beadle-on tool. Now this is the spool tamer, and I know this is going to be popular with so many wire workers. And basically what it allows you to do is, well, keep your wire in check really. So it's, I'm trying to think of a way to describe it. It basically allows you to, it almost creates sort of like an inertia seat belt. Like a vice for your reel. Yeah, that's a good explanation. So that the end will come out of the actual tool, but it will keep all the rest of the wire tight to the spool, so you don't get it all going loose, which is a massive concern for a lot of wire workers, I know. Now, traditionally, this would be intended for use with the smaller reels, but we have checked with our two resident experts in the building today, and they both assure me that it also works on the larger reels, which are probably the more problematic reels anyway. So if it only worked on the smaller reels, it probably wouldn't be a great deal of use, because the smaller reels don't tend to create the problem as much as the larger reels. So I'm assured it will work for the smaller reel as well. I mean, you might get, it might be a little bit looser at the top and bottom, but where you've applied it, you'll still be able to just pull your wire through. So as you do, you'll actually tighten up those sections anyway. So it definitely works with the larger reels, and I actually think it's more useful for the larger reels as well. You're actually getting 200 meters of wire as part of this deal, your black and your royal blue, with your special spool tamer tool, and it should normally cost you $27.85. Wow, but this evening we have got a very special price point. Now, whenever we take a collection of our items and bundle them together, the idea is that we create a discount deal, a wholesale price. We talk about that a lot, and it's because they're only available for a limited period of time. It's actually a little more urgent on the late show, because you only get 60 minutes. So it's imperative that the second you see something that's not only offering you incredible value, not only sought after, but really for most wire workers, this is an essential deal. And at $14.95, you're making a massive, massive saving here. Down from $27.85 to $14.95. I mean, it's virtually a half price deal. You would have been spending the best part of £30. We're now down at under 15. The wire special deal, 200 meters, your 0.25 and your 0.4mm with the spool tamer, all for $14.95. Okay, I'm getting some information. The reason I've gone quiet is that my producer's just doing a little bit of research into, because he doesn't have necessarily all of the details when he's putting together the spools of what's going to be available throughout the day. Okay, so he was looking at the products that they'd offered you during the Wire special, the Designer Inspiration show, between 1 and 4 p.m, and he thought that they might have offered you something similar. Wow. I love it. And so he started to sort of play with the price and think like, oh, I wonder if we should go a bit lower to give the late show buyers the same kind of value they've been offered on the Design Inspiration show. Then halfway through this bit of research, he thought, oh no, they didn't give you a similar deal, it's fine. But because he made me start saying it, he decided to honour it anyway. And his exact words were, don't worry, the buying team are off for a few days after today because it's Hannah Roxbury's birthday today, so she's got a little break coming up tomorrow and the next day. So you're thinking that basically, by the time they've analysed these figures, they're not going to realise how low you've gone. Great thinking, he's nodding. So there you go. So now, I can tell you one thing. The black wire, the 0.25, is normally £10. The blue wire is normally 15. So you've actually given people a better deal for all of this than they'd normally get on just the black wire. You'd normally pay, the same deal, sorry. So you'd normally pay £9.95 for this deal. It should be £27.85. We've gone down to £9.95. How many of these do we have in stock? We've only got 50 in stock. How many wire workers are coming through on the phone lines right now? Because we have created a short queue. It's only around about 30 seconds. If you have placed it in your basket, I would suggest you check out right now to avoid disappointment. And don't panic if you came through at $14.95. That's just savvy buying, and everyone will pay the same final low price now of $9.95. That's how we get the late show up and running this evening. And don't forget, if you've got any sort of tales of heartwarming kindness, then send them through and you could potentially win the pearl necklace that I put together last week. As I say, don't be too critical of the finish on it because I'm still learning. But you do get a whole strand of cultured pearls and the gold plated chain. And I tried to make a little feature of the clasp, Sam, because I set it here. Did you notice that? I didn't set the clasp in a traditional way. On the side of the neck? Yes, on the side of the neck to try and make a feature of it. So there was some design focus put into it, even though the finish isn't really probably good enough. Okay, we're going to move on and we're going to do a bit of clearance. Now, we've been looking at the idea of offering you sort of double deals where we bundle together 2 strands so that we can offer you better value. But we found that a lot of people were asking us to match up different gemstones, and so we've tried that this evening. And so tonight we've matched up 2 very, I think, complementary colour tones. But also I love the cuts together because you get the organic finish from the Amethyst, and then you've got the more uniformed look from the Tiger's Eye slab. So I like that in your piece because it gives you more design scope, and it also offers you a little extra dynamic to your design. I mean, you don't have to use these together. It might just be a way for you to potentially expand your gemstone collection. And here we're offering you a huge carat weight in the golden Tiger's Eye of 490 carats, and these are faceted slabs, so again you get those sort of dynamic angled facets which will add to your designs and make a bit of an impact, especially when you look at the huge surface area it's created. And because of the depth of colour you've got on the golden Tiger's Eye, you've got that gorgeous reflective impact from the light. I think it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, they're absolutely large enough to be used as the focal point of any design. In fact, if you love, say, Laura Binding's wire wrap pendants, these would just be perfect, wouldn't they? You could work with this in your gold wire, you could work with it in your antique bronze. Actually, it'd look gorgeous in your antique bronze. Your copper as well will work. You just, and the turquoise wire. In fact, probably this blue wire that we've just done would actually tie these together quite nicely, because I always think of the regality of golden tones and purples together work really beautifully, but the blue might just bring it together. If you do want to get involved with this, my advice, start dialing that free phone number right now. We've just taken it down to $17.95 from $25.90. So it would normally be, well, over £25. We've now taken it down to $17.95. I have to say, these are 2 of the most popular gemstones for all jewellery makers. Of course, Golden Tiger's Eye offers you that optical effect known as chatoyancy, I don't know if we'll be able to show you that in our studio, but hopefully it'll come through. There you go. So you can see that unique banding on each and every gemstone, really bringing the gemstone to life once the light hits it, and you get that little cat's eyes like effect. Absolutely gorgeous. So those are huge, aren't they? Really what you get in there is a strand of pendants, in all honesty, because at this size you just can't go wrong. And then I think to get these more significant carat weights on your amethyst, particularly in the organic cuts, they're going to fit the bill for most bespoke jewellery makers. They're absolutely gorgeous. First of all, you've got that traditional purple tone that people associate with this gemstone, that sort of the regal notes that it brings with it. Basically, it's the same colour as a chocolate wrapper. So that's the purple we think of when we discuss amethyst. And you've actually got 150 carats here. The really interesting thing about this strand is the sort of irregular faceting. So it's absolutely been cut for beauty rather than to create a uniform shape, which is very wasteful, or of course to maybe hide certain inclusions in the gemstone. Here, they're really being allowed to showcase the gemstone by creating that organic and irregular cut. It's available right now for $17.95. It's a clearance deal. Normally those would set you back $25.90. We're going to move on. I love this because it's perfect for the summer season, but as you move in to the autumn and the winter tones, it works with those seasons as well, because you've got that sort of winter wonderland effect towards the end of the year, but at the moment you've got the sort of nautical tones. So you can't go wrong. Very versatile, very eclectic collection of gemstones here, and actually two very bold colour tones which are traditionally used within jewellery design. And actually I've just thought of the real benefit of teaming these two up. Imagine how this blue quartz will strengthen the colour tones that you get in the adulorescence on your rainbow moonstone. Now again, as ever, the faceted edges are never facing the light sources in the studio because of the way we hold the strands, and therefore you're not getting the effect of the optical impact from your rainbow moonstone. Here we go, you can see it there. So this is known as adulorescence, and this is the optical phenomena which is held within rainbow moonstone, and why it's actually called rainbow moonstone, because ancient civilizations, such as the ancient Romans, used to believe these were shards of moonlight placed inside the gemstone, and so it took on the name Moonstone. And it is really exciting, to be honest, because I think this is one of the things that sets natural gemstones apart from, say, synthetics or faux gemstones, or using the cut glass, the crystal gemstones, because when you see sort of science at work, if you like, when you see the optical phenomena, it tends to capture people's imagination, tends to turn them on to genuine gemstones and make them impassioned about it, to be quite honest. When I started working for the Genuine Gemstone Company, I didn't have the same passion for gemstones that I have now, but because I get to experience it on a daily basis, it just strengthens my enthusiasm for the real deal. And then the combination of the white moonstone, the rainbow moonstone, combined with this rich royal blue tone from the quartz, absolutely looks perfect. Normally this would set you back $19.90, but this evening, as part of a clearance double deal, we're taking it down to $11.95. Wow, that is actually incredible, because when you think of the value you're getting there, that actually allows you to invest in more gemstones depending on how much disposable income you have. You've actually made such a huge saving there. I mean, these both come from our Gems of Distinction range. They represent the highest possible quality we can source for you, and yet by bundling them together we can create a wholesale deal that saves you an absolute fortune, really, down from $19.90 to $11.95. So that's effectively £8 back in your pocket. Sam's getting excited. Do you like the blue quartz, do you, Sam?
I do, and I'm thinking if you put it with the blue wire from the beginning of the show, it would look really nice.
So teamed up with the blue wire, again, this will sort of, actually, on the last bundle, I was saying the blue wire would tie the two strands together. Even more effective on this one. So you're absolutely right, Sam. Just to be clear, Sam is our tech up. She's on camera tonight, but she's also a very enthusiastic jewellery maker. So there she is. She's giving us a wave. And we're getting lots of text messages in, are we? Ah, they're just drying their eyes. They're getting emotional in there. I like it. So effectively an £8 saving on that particular bundle, down from £19.90 to £11.95. We're going to move on. We've got a lot to get through tonight, actually, looking at all this product and all these clearance deals. This is incredible. Now we're talking about two colour tones working together and maybe using the wire to just tie them in together. I don't think you need anything to tie these together. They're two of the most complementary colour tones I've ever seen. You've got this gorgeous turquoise shade, and this is a variety of our reconstituted turquoise, but of course, you know, it may be many people's only opportunity to own natural turquoise. As I say, these are the reconstituted varieties, but you know, we take the natural mineral in the first place, but then we take the offcuts and we use it to form these uniformed beads, and that allows you to not only work with turquoise and inject that colour tone into your designs, but also you've got a very uniformed cut, which is often hard to come by in natural turquoise. In fact, turquoise traditionally used for carvings in its native home, where we tend to mine for a lot of turquoise in China, for example, and turquoise is often used for carvings. And so when you think about that use of it, it does create a lot of wastage again, and we have managed to sort of upcycle the offcuts so that you still have the natural mineral to work with. You still actually get the natural banding in the reconstituted variety, so that's really impressive. And then to team it up with this, it's sort of in between, I would say, your traditional amethyst and your lavender amethyst. It's somewhere in between. It's got a bit of a richer colour saturation than a lavender amethyst, but not quite as rich as the regal tones that you traditionally see. In fact, I've just realised, sorry, it's been classified as light amethyst, not lavender amethyst, so that makes perfect sense. So it really is sitting right in the middle. And you've actually got the faceted barrels here, so again, the two cuts mirror one another, but you're getting a slightly different finish from both, because you've got the play of light on the amethyst, the quartz, which is offering you a bit of clarity, and then you've got the opaque finish on the turquoise drums. Now normally, once again, this would set you about £19.90, which already means that both of these strands are under £10 any other day. You've got 350 carats on both strands, so you're getting 700 carats here of amethyst and turquoise. Pretty impressive. Should be £19.90. As part of the clearance deal this evening, we are taking it down to little gremlin in the system there, but there you go. Match the price once again. Normally £19.90, taking it down to £11.95. Another £8 saving on, I would suppose, two essential gemstones for most jewellery makers. A lot of the expert designers here at JewelleryMaker telling me you've got to have amethyst on your craft fair stall, because that provides you with credibility. If you're not stocking amethyst, people aren't going to believe you that you're working with genuine gemstones, because they know that's probably the most readily available and the gemstone that most people are aware of. And then turquoise, of course, sought after the world over. Some of the biggest jewellery designers on the planet will base entire jewellery collections around this gemstone, and here at JewelleryMaker we found a way to not only give you that same opportunity, but to make it very affordable with the reconstituted variety. So £11.95, normally £19.90. Of course, that saving is only available for 60 minutes, so if you want to take advantage, dial that free phone number right now, and you can add this to your order. Huge carat weight there. And we will leave it there because it is now time. Am I right in saying? Oh, we're going to squeeze in one more clearance deal. That's good. Okie dokie. I like this. We want to fit in as many deals as we can tonight. Oh, I like these. These are really interesting findings, aren't they? I'm going to just hold this. They're almost, forgive me if this doesn't sound particularly romantic, but I do think it's going to have practical uses as we move into the autumn period. They look like little pine cones. Sam's nodding along. Don't you think? For those autumnal designs, don't they look like little pine cones? So if you want to set these in, and because you've got the gold-plated sterling silver, they'll suit those warmer fall colours as well. So it'll go with the oranges and the reds and the earthy brown tones, the chocolate browns from your smoky quartz perhaps. These are going to be perfect. You could absolutely use these in some maybe sort of inspired by nature designs, I would think. Of course, you may have other uses for them. They are just, on the face of it, a textured finding. And so you might just use them to create that little sort of bit of texture in your design, maybe to break up the flow of your gemstones on the neckline. I'm sorry, I've just realised I've got a biro mark on my thumb. Sorry about that. So this is gold-plated sterling silver. We actually spent a lot of time last night discussing the value of gold at the moment, just because we're not finding new deposits, and so we're expecting to see a rise in the price of gold over the coming year. And of course, gold-plated sterling silver, you're already adding value to your piece. How about this? A gorgeous combination, because I always think green and gold's quite an opulent combination. Look at this, green amethyst, and always, I think, powerful to offer your customers an alternative variety of a traditional gemstone. So when most people think of amethyst, they're going to think of those regal purples. Maybe introducing them to the pastel tones, those apple greens, might lead to greater sales. Normally, this would set you back $15.85, was it? We've just taken it down to under £10. I mean, this strand in itself, you wouldn't be shocked if you found out a strand of polished green amethyst, which actually gives you 90 carats, was $9.95, would you? But to get gold-plated sterling silver findings is really impressive, and they're not small. They're actually your little twisted rice beads, so you've got the texture, but they're also a significant size. Sorry. Just to work out the dimensions, they are 10 by 5 mil, and my interpretation of them is that they're almost like little pine cones. So I think they'd be a good thing to stock up on for the autumn collection that you might be putting together if you do work from season to season. Or, you know, you never know when something will sort of inspire you. You might go for a lovely walk in the woods in autumn, and you might think, oh, I want to create this design. And if you've got these in your stock, you can go straight home and get making. So whenever you see something that's offering this kind of value, snap them up, especially if you've got your P&P up and running, because you're only going to pay that once per day. We're going to leave that one with you. It is a clearance deal available for 60 minutes on our website. But we've got to move on because it is now time to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Now, we've actually had quite a few amethyst deals in the opening half an hour of the show, and we've discussed the importance of working with the gemstone because people are aware of it. It's heavily used on the high street, but also the top end designers. We were talking with Deb last night, Deb Rudge, and not only is she a very creative and innovative designer, but she also has a very strong background in retail jewellery, and so she's very au fait with, you know, the kind of gemstones the top end designers use. She was talking about the likes of Bulgari, you know, using very colourful gemstones in their pieces, and you know, the likes of Boodles, and actually some of the more traditional designers now being turned on to coloured gemstones. They offer you a little more affordability within the market than diamonds do, and also they're a little more interesting, to be honest. If you are looking for the traditional clarity and sparkle of a diamond, then fine. But if you're trying to inject a bit of design and a bit of excitement into your pieces, I think coloured gemstones are going to fit the bill. And amethyst absolutely fits the bill because it's so powerful within your designs. It's that very strong regal purple tone. Whenever I speak to ladies in the workshop or customers on Facebook or our designers themselves, they all tell me purple's their favourite colour. I can probably name 5 designers right now who love this colour tone. Who's their favourite colour? Okay, Debbie Kershaw, favourite colour's purple. Sarah Elvin, her favourite colour's purple. Deb Rudge said last night her favourite colour's purple. Mark Smith, I'm not sure. Oh, Amethyst been his favourite. At the moment it's Aquamarine, I'm afraid, Ben. He's told us that on the show, so I'm not going for Mark. I think Laura Binding might lean towards Amethyst. She said she doesn't like reds, doesn't she, before? So I think it might be purples. So I've already come up with 4 of our top designers, and purple's their favourite colour tone. And when I asked Deborah why last night, she said it just goes with so many other popular colour schemes. And we maybe came up with a theory that it might be where it's placed on the colour wheel. So it goes with blues and reds. It goes with a lot of the primary colour tones. I mean, I love purple and green. That's my favourite colour combination. And so I suppose when you're working with the traditional primary colour tones, purple seems to be the perfect accent. Now, with this particular strand, you don't need an accent. The gemstone is doing all the work for you in terms of the cut. You can see that here. Look at these, they're little puffy hearts. If they weren't, I'd tell you, you know that, but have a look at these. You've got that definitive sort of indentation at the top of the gemstone. So they're definitely that iconic image of romance and love. They're beautiful little hearts. Now, we've actually seen these being used to great effect in a number of different designs. You can actually use them as petals, can't you? Or you can face them up together to create little bows. We saw that. If you were creating Alison's shoe designs, we were saying you could team 2 of them up and create a little bow at the front. That was a great idea. Over 100 carats here. I mean, if I was working with these, just because I'm the kind of guy who likes to look for profitability, I'll probably just create pairs of earrings. £5 a pair, amethyst earrings, can't go wrong. In fact, if I was using sterling silver finings, I'd probably say £7.50, £10 for the pair of earrings. Okay, we've got to bring the price on screen because so many people are allocating these to their orders. Wow, there you go. Under £10 for over 100 carats of amethyst. I'm just going to work out how many pairs of earrings you can make. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 pairs of earrings, and you'd have 1 left over for a matching pendant or perhaps a charm. Oh, charms and pendants, you only need 1. Wow, $7.95. I mean, if you use sterling silver chain and just use 1 heart-shaped amethyst on the end, that is a £10 necklace all day long. You've made your money back off 1 gemstone. You can probably account for the price of the chain with the additional £2 as well, can't you? Because if you think about the reels of chain we've offered in the past, they're roughly, what, $11.95? And you only need, for a neckline, what are we saying, 16 inches? Not even, yeah.
Most ladies are like
15 to 16 inches. So 16 inches of chain, and then 1 gemstone, £10 necklace all day long, and there you go, you've made your money back off 1 gemstone, and you can create a further 22 pairs of heart-shaped amethyst earrings at, let's be fair, let's make them affordable, £7.50 a pop. So we're looking at over £150 worth of profit off 1 strand. Pretty impressive. Oh really? Okay, this is rather exciting. Okay, so in the next 20 minutes, there's going to be an impromptu star bite. Could happen at any time, and my producer is going to alert me to that fact by whispering in Pete's ear. Now, when he informs Pete that the impromptu star bite is coming up, he's going to appear behind me. He's doing something exciting and entertaining. That's what I hear. Stay tuned for the next 20 minutes, and that will lead us nicely into another star bite anyway, so you just can't go wrong tonight. Oh, shall we look at one of our emotive stories of kindness? Ah, here we go. Oh, Director Ben's just joined us in the gallery, yes. Because after I watched your band on Saturday night, Ben, I dropped my wallet in a pub, Yes, I phoned up the pub and the next morning somebody had handed it in. They hadn't even taken the money out of it. Yep, at a pub. No, not at that pub, at another pub. A different pub to the venue you played. And so, I thought that was, you know, very kind, very considerate. And so I asked people to send in their heartwarming tales of kindness, and if you do pull on our heartstrings, then you may well receive the pearl necklace that I put together last week. Not perfect finish, but you know, you get a strand of pearls, so you can't go wrong. There you go. Oh, the little dog's interfering there. Okay, so here's one of our stories we've received, and it's coming from Samantha. There we go. It says, we lost our dog in the New Forest near where we live, and a person who was visiting the area from Bournemouth and weren't local, local to the area, sorry, found her and delivered her back to us. That's nice, isn't it? I wonder how they found out. Oh, they must have had a little address on the tag. You don't have those now, you know. I just got a dog a few weeks ago because they're all microchipped. So they just read it with a barcode and it tells you their address, yeah. So you don't need to put their address on it, but it's illegal to not have some form of identification on your pet. And do you know what? I've just noticed something here where you could create those for someone as well. Yeah. I just saw a little dog lurking on the screen. I didn't see any tag on it. Illegal. Okay. Here it is, just because we made reference to it. This has been put together by Alison Howe, I believe. So a bit of structure, but that, I mean, that actually looks like Hooper, my Labrador. Only he's a golden Labrador, not a chocolate black Labrador. We're going to move on now, and oh no! I had a customer on Facebook ask me earlier today, do you know the next time you'll be writing amber on your show? I didn't realise it was going to be now. Hopefully you're watching. And oh, it has. It has, Ben. There's a little insect there. Liquid gold frozen in time. And not only that, you could clone your own dinosaur. No, you couldn't really. There were some scientific flaws in that film, that documentary. Yes, but I'll tell you what it does do. It does sort of encapsulate what amber's really all about. It's fossilized tree resin, and basically it's a little sort of snapshot of time, isn't it? Lost history, I would say. They come from the Jurassic period, which, you know, most people are going to be aware of that, of course. But yeah, it's so impressive to see little organisms trapped inside the amber itself, isn't it? Now, one of the reasons that the customer who contacted me on Facebook said she was after some amber was that her clients have been requesting it because they'd heard on the market, and I'm not 100% sure if this is true or not, that amber is actually valued at a higher sum than gold on the market at the moment, and that's why they wanted amber set into their jewellery. I'm not entirely sure if that's true because my understanding is that the price of gold is rising. So I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but there must be some sort of collectors out there who are prepared to pay a higher price for amber than they are for gold, and so maybe that's where it's come from. When you think about top quality Baltic amber like this, you can understand why some collectors might be more intrigued by amber than gold, if I'm honest. And as I say, it is often referred to as liquid gold, isn't it, because it's sort of frozen in time, and this is absolutely fantastic. Now, you do actually get a variety of shapes here, so you're not guaranteed to get the oval shape that we're showing you. You might get a heart shape, you might get a cushion cut, you might get a marquise. So there's a variety of sizes. Do you know what my advice would be? Why not order 3 or 4, get the sort of pick and mix collection, and then pick the shapes that you want that suit your designs. You can always send the rest back because you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. However, if you do want to take advantage of that kind of deal, you're going to have to be dialing that free phone number now. I've only got 15 in stock at $7.95. And of course, oh, actually, sorry, we had 15 when we started. Unfortunately, we've only got a handful remaining in stock now. I mean, when you're talking about working with a gemstone, I think, again, people are aware of, it's really sought after, and I think it really encapsulates the sort of ideals that people are interested in when they're investing in bespoke jewellery designs. Amber's really something that I think encapsulates those ideals of being a natural mineral, handmade by Mother Nature herself, or right now for $7.95. So we're going to leave that one with you as we approach limited availability. And we're now going to bring another of our most popular gemstones here at JewelleryMaker. Gorgeous solar quartz. Oh, I have to say, I love the colour combination here. Sort of ranges from blues into pinks into purples. The interesting thing about solar quartz, I think, again, for bespoke jewellery designers, particularly when you're selling your designs, I think people want to know that they're investing in the real deal. They want to know they're getting a one-of-a-kind, and solar quartz definitely offers you that. Now, this has been classified as watermelon solar quartz, but I think we renamed it before, didn't we? What did we call it? Aurora solar quartz, was that right? So yes, because we more associated the watermelon solar quartz with the greens and the pinks, because these were the fuchsia and the blue combinations, we decided to ask our customers to rename this. I think we named it Aurora solar quartz. If I'm incorrect, I know I'll be corrected instantly. 290 carats here. The interesting thing about the gemstones is that you can see how the crystals have come to fruition because they've all formed from these little imperfections in the centre. Such a gorgeous organic look. I mean, that, for me, is actually a flower. Isn't it? Is that a little flower? Hold on. Cut back to me, because I'm going to go like this. Sorry. I know Director Ben's something like that. Look at that. Boom, right there. You could set that into your McKay designs. Say again?
Put the polymer clay on top of it and make it 3D like you're saying.
Oh, so you'd actually build up the design. So you'd layer the polymer clay onto the solar quartz. Don't colour the solar quartz too much. Yes, but use it as a guide sort of thing. Oh, that's a great idea from Sam. Love that. Okay, we've got to bring the price on screen because it looks like it's going to be a sellout. No wonder. 290 carats for £10. Rather remarkable. And they do range in size from 16mm up to 30mm, so very significant looks there. I've got so many people multi-buying this strand. How many of these do we have? Oh, we've only got around about 30 of these in stock, and around about 20 have already been allocated, so 2/3 of the stock's already flying out the door. I mean, actually, how about this? If you cut back to this one, you've got a very similar look, but here you've got the alternative colour combination, that's zoning. So you've got the sort of violet and the fuchsia tones with the blues. They're little flowers to me, aren't they? Perfect. Mother Nature's done all of the work for you on that one. I've got to leave that on with you because it is going to be a sellout deal, I'm afraid. And we're going to move on to our next deal. Oh! It's happened. You hunky man. Oh. Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks, Pete.
Cheers.
What a hunk. There you go. That's how we bring in an impromptu star buy on the Late Show, by getting Participation Pete to add a bit of gravitas to proceedings there. He's got the moves like Jagger. Have a look at this. So this is a premiere strand, but we just didn't have time to include it as a star buy deal. So we've just thrown it in. Never been seen before. all I can say is, if you've started to introduce the world of jewellery making to your children over the summer holidays, this is definitely going to capture their imaginations. This is going to really, I think, inspire them to want to create another piece of jewellery. But it also works at the other end of the spectrum, because even if you want to use this in very high-end offerings, again, the inclusions here, they do occur naturally, but we've actually induced them on this particular strand, actually add you with so much texture, such an impact to your designs, you just can't go wrong. On top of that, I mean, look at the colour tones. Such strength of depth in the colours. I mean, you've got this sort of fresh minty green, you've got the apricots, the sky blues, the pastel pinks, the peridot greens, the ruby reds, the buttercup yellows, the lavender purples, and then it starts all over again. And I know that lots of people have been getting involved with the loom designs, both the bead loom and, of course, the mainstream sort of elastic band looms. And I know that, well, basically you can't walk down the street without seeing a handful of elastic bands have been dropped on the floor by some kids on holidays. And yeah, my daughter's just been sat on the grass outside my house with her two friends making jewellery beyond belief. She's actually made skipping ropes as well. Yeah, they've loomed so long, they're miles. No, I don't mean like a traditional skipping rope. I mean a skipping rope where there's two of them going like that, and there's loads of them jumping on it. 5 or 6 of them jumping around it. But you know what? It's the same sort of motor skills, it's the same sort of concepts that we promote on the show. So, you know, I really think this is the start of jewellery making going mainstream. In fact, I was listening to a sporting radio station this morning, and the presenter was talking about how many pieces of jewellery his wife's been making recently. So it's obviously taken off in a big way. But yes, the colour combinations do work beautifully with those sort of elastic band looms, but I think it might actually work on the bead loom itself, because you've got, well, you can see the way they sort of tessellate. And actually, now that I see that, it'd form fantastic sort of cuff bracelets as well, because of the way they sort of lock into one another, and of course that gorgeous variety of colour tones. Brand new strand to us here this evening on The Late Show, an impromptu star buy and an exclusive launch price. Should have been of $9.95. But yes, on the hop there, my producer decided to take it even lower. It's his job to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, as it is for everyone here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, and I think at $7.95 you just can't go wrong. Again, it's going to end up being a profit maker, because people are going to be drawn to the vibrancy of the colour tones in your gems here, and potentially invest in your jewellery designs. You can't go wrong with your crackle quartz. It's always been popular. I think the good thing about the crackle quartz is, yes, you get the traditional clarity from the gemstone, so the light will pass through it, but because of the inclusions, you get a unique play of light with each and every gemstone. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we actually create this crackled effect. We heat the gemstones up to a high temperature, and then we sort of plunge it in to ice cold temperatures, and it sort of creates this quenched or crackled effect, which is very, very popular with jewellery makers, because it provides you with texture, because it provides you with a bespoke look to every design. And then when you've got, I mean, just look there, you've got chrome dioxide green and peridot green right next to one another. How much money would it cost you to actually get a strand of chrome dioxide and peridot? But here, you've got both those colour tones on one strand. Just $7.95. Don't forget that price point. Available for the next 60 minutes, and it is proving to be very, very popular. We're going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. Oh. Now, we talked a lot about the potential increase on the price of cultured pearls last night, and we also discussed the idea of perhaps maybe making your cultured pearls go a little bit further by integrating the more uniform shell pearl into those designs, and of course it means you get a perfect round, you get a perfect finish, and you get these very vibrant colour tones again. I mean, just look at this. A lot of people earlier on today were asking me about that lemon gold pyrite, if anybody's seen that recently. This is a similar colour tone actually. You've got that sort of citrusy hue coming through. It's not quite a sort of old gold or antique gold. It's very, very bright. And, oh, well, yeah, we have accounted for that in the title. It's called light gold pearl rounds. They are 12mm rounds, but they're perfect rounds. And that allows you to create very uniform looks like this. You can see. And that's been set with the copper wire and the antique bronze findings. So again, it shows how versatile they are, how eclectic they can be in working with different metal tones there. I mean, that's a really vintage style look, isn't it? And producer Liam, have you got some designer inspiration for us? Using pearls for bridal jewellery. Right, got ya. I like that as well, and brides will like that as well. What producer Liam is suggesting is that if you are somebody who focuses on bridal commissions and creating jewellery for bridal parties, then what you might like to do is invest in cultured pearls for the bride. So if you're creating, you know, a high-end, perhaps a 3-figure sum for a bride's tiara, perhaps, you want to use cultured pearls in that piece. But maybe you're creating a full suite for the entire bridal party. You might want to reserve your shell pearl for the bridesmaids and your cultured pearls for the brides. It makes things a little more economical, and of course you're distinguishing the gravitas and the prestige of being the bride herself from being the bridesmaids. Is this something you've picked up from like a sitcom or something, where the bridesmaid wear really ugly dresses to make herself look more beautiful? I think it's a common trick. But everyone's going to look gorgeous because they're all wearing Mother Nature's creations, but the bride is distinguished a little more. And because you've created that differential by using genuine cultured pearls on the bride's piece. I mean, you could easily use shell pearl in the exact same way as you use cultured pearls, but of course you've actually got probably a bit of an easier time because you've got the uniformed rounds, 12mm rounds here as well, so they're going to make a significant impact. I'm just looking at these. Yes, they are. They're they're the exact same strand actually here. Yeah, they are. There you go. You can absolutely recreate that strand. There you go. Good find, Sam. Well done. We're going to move on because we've got single figures availability remaining on that. Okay, I love this because now that you've given everybody that idea, this is a very, very traditional colour tone for bridal parties. It's that sort of peach shade, I suppose. A lot of brides these days injecting a little bit of colour into their looks, aren't they? It's not all about the traditional white. And this is a peach tone. I mean, it's going to depend what you match it up with. If you were to pair it up with maybe a richer colour tone, maybe like a coral, you could play on the stronger apricot vibes. Maybe you'd like to put it together with the golden tones and play more on the sort of pearlescence and the pink vibes going on. Actually, those together look rather gorgeous, don't they? You could just alternate those on a simple pearl necklace, an everyday piece maybe. Wow. Just to be clear, the peach pearls are the ones we're bringing you right now. $6.95. Another add it to your order item. I'll tell you what, the boys in the gallery are feeling very inspirational this evening. They're just discussing jewellery designs.
I'm struggling to hear you over all time.
Yes. Listen, boys, let's let the customers do the designs. They're just brainstorming. They're coming up with jewellery designs. I'll tell you what, we want to see some sketches, or do you know what? I think that we should get you three out here to do a little bit of jewellery making one show. Yeah? Maybe over the weekend we might look into getting Liam and Pete I don't think we'll be able to steal director Bruce. Pete's defected to the mid-show over the weekend. I can't say anything, I'm doing the morning show on Friday and Sunday, so I better be quiet. Okay, Pete Shell Pearl for $6.95. That I would consider an add it to your order price. We're going to have to leave that one there, despite the fact that the guys would love to continue discussing pearl designs by the sounds of it. And we're going to move on because it is now time to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion we are going to be bringing you a wholesale bundle, so a discount deal. This is where we take a collection of our strands from the website, bundle them together to create a unique discount code and offer you a huge saving on these 3 essential strands. And I have to say, these 3 once again are very, very complementary. Think of a number of like different little flowers, maybe, you know, the different colour tones you get in pansies, for example. And I think this is a gorgeous colour scheme here. You've got your sort of powder blue, your sky blue tones from your Fire Agate. These are your 6mm faceted rounds, 80 carats in total. Love the variations in the colour there. They sort of range from the very subtle sky blues up to Tanzanite blue, I suppose. And then because of these sort of speckled and banded inclusions you get, this has been classified as Fire Agate. So very dynamic gemstone, offers you lots of texture, and it's also been faceted, so you get that traditional sparkle as well. And we talk a lot about the combination of blues and golds because it's so traditional. We've relied on it for thousands of years, and it's still very, very prominent in current fashion trends. Look at that. I love the banding on that particular gemstone. That's just one that's drawn me in. But if you did want to recreate maybe Deb's ring designs from last night, again, each and every gemstone is offering you a bespoke finish. And so you've got a lot of the sort of honey tones coming through from the orange banded agate there. And then, how about this? You've got your Moonstone. So we're thinking this might be your honeymoon jewellery. You like that? But it is perfect for beach style holiday wear as well, isn't it? You don't have to use all the gemstones together. You might like to keep maybe your orange agate for your autumn designs. You might want to team up your Moonstone and your Fire Agate for those winter looks as well. So when you team them all up together, they look very similar, but you could use these on more of your winter designs, these on your fall designs. The possibilities are endless. That's the beauty of jewellery making and creating your own designs. I have to say, once again, I'm so impressed with the quality of the gemstones here. Hopefully I'll be able to show you this. I've got a whole spectrum of colour coming through from the Moonstone, little rainbows inside each and every gemstone. It looks kind of blue and green on screen, but I promise you I've got the reds, the golds, the greens as well, the little rainbow there. I'll try and show you that. Obviously it's difficult in our studio lighting, and regular viewers are well aware of that and they understand. You can trust us, what we're saying here on JewelleryMaker, and just make use of your 30-day money-back guarantee to get it home. And of course, that optical effect known as azurescence, which really captures people's imaginations. That's what really holds that enigmatic quality that people are so drawn to with genuine gemstones, particularly June babies like myself, because it's my birthstone, Moonstone, so I'm always drawn to that optical effect anyway. And yeah, gorgeous combination altogether for maybe current jewellery designs, but of course it might just be used to expand your jewellery collection and help you through the seasons in creating different looks. These would make gorgeous petals if you did want to use them in floral motifs, but if you wanted to use them inside maybe the ring design, I'm just thinking, recreate this. Oh, I'm being told we've got lots and lots of multi-buys. We're going to have to bring the price on screen. Currently available for $20.85. Sorry, I'm not holding that very straight. There you go. So you can easily recreate this design with just one gemstone. Again, very, very profitable. Actually, I'll tell you what, the golds and the purples go beautifully together, don't they? Okay, should be $20.85 for these 3 strands. Don't forget, you've got a Gems of Distinction strand of Moonstone there. Whoa. Wow. I'm always impressed when we bring you 3 strands for $9.95. I was telling the story last night about how we used to melt the phone lines in the old days on JewelleryMaker whenever we brought you 3 strands, but those tended to be maybe your strands of Quartzite or Jasper. You've got a Gems of Distinction strand of Moonstone here for $9.95. Absolutely incredible value there. I have to say, that's well, that's better than half price, in fact. Unbelievable. Just have a look at this now. This is designed to be a little bit of inspiration, and I'm guessing, yes, I thought so. I'm starting to know the different resident designers' looks now. So this is one of Sue's pieces, and it's that sort of graduated idea that will work on a sort of plunging neckline, make the most of the décolletage, and I love the combination of colours. The idea when we hand over a bundle to one of our designers is that they'll show you how it would all come together in a design, but of course, if you're an experienced jewellery maker, if you've got your own design ideas, you don't have to use them together. This is a better than half price deal tonight for your orange banded agate. I mean, I love those earrings, so simple but so effective. And what have you used there? 4 gemstones, and you've created a really sellable and contemporary look there. I love the combination of the golds and the blues together as well. Traditionally we talk about the sort of the Egyptian looks, don't we? But actually it's been popular throughout the eras. Even if you look at sort of 1920s jewellery, blues and golds, 1950s jewellery, blues and golds, Victorian jewellery, blues and golds. So it's a consistent combination of colours within luxury jewellery design, and to have the Moonstone in there as well for $9.95, as I say, better than half price. Incredible deal there. I mean, I think the Moonstone in itself would normally be close to $9.95. So to get the Fire Agate and the Orange Banded Agate for less than £10 is fantastic value and a great way to expand your collection of gemstones. I am going to have to leave that one with you. And we're going to go to a quick break. In the meantime, there's something going on, and I want to know what it is. We'll be back in 2 minutes, and then I'll let everybody in on the secret that's being discussed in the gallery. So don't go away, we'll be back in 2.
When shopping with JewelleryMaker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
New to polymer clay? Then why not come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford and be introduced to this creative medium? Debbie will guide you through the basic techniques of creating bead shapes, canes, pendants, feature beads and much more. The full course includes black and white clay, a colour clay pack of your choice, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a visit to the Gemstone Museum and our shop. And all this for just $64.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you. The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and I have to say it's a rather exciting evening because we've got so many deals to bring you. We can't decide which one to do next. I'm going to let you into the secrets that are coming up at the end of the show. Now these are 2 premiere strands. We have got Fire Opal coming up at 8:30 p.m. and we have got a premiere strand of Tanzanite coming up as our superstar, but I have to say the price point on this Tanzanite, considering the carat weight you're getting here, is remarkable. I'm blown away. And coming up in less than an hour, another premiere launch, because we've got your gorgeous Aquamarine. A lot of people very impressed with the improvement in the quality of Aquamarine recently. I mean, it's just gone through the roof. I mean, look at those gorgeous sky blue tones. It's coming up at around about 7 p.m. So if you want to add Aquamarine to your order, and I have to say it is top quality Aquamarine, it's coming up very, very soon. Now, before that, we are going to find as many deals as we can to allow you to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, but we're also doing a little giveaway this evening on the Late Show. Based on my experience at the weekend, somebody showed me some kindness, so we want you to send in your tales of kindness. So heartwarming tales of kindness. You like that? So we're already getting people entering in, sending us in their stories, and have we got one to share with everyone right now? Okay, we are going to read your story out, but please make sure you send through your customer numbers, otherwise we won't know where to send the pearl necklace if you win. Okay, so we'll read this one out anyway. So this one comes from Paula. It says, my car died in an intersection and the man behind me, instead of getting angry, got out and asked me if I had run out of petrol so he could share his. So he's going to siphon petrol out of his own tank into hers, so that, I think he just wanted to get around you, love. No, I'm joking, I'm joking. He was being kind, of course he was. So there you go, that's the kind of thing we're looking for. And make sure you send in your customer number, Paula, in case you're the winner. Otherwise we won't be able to send it out to you. We are giving away the pearl necklace that I created last week. As I say, I'm not really proud of it, but you do get a full strand of cultured pearls, and I'm just a beginner. Oh, I'll tell you one thing that is relevant here. I've used the combination of blues and golds. It's the finish that I'm not pleased with. That's the part I want to cover up. So, Jewellery Maker, no, it's probably worse the other side. Jewellery Makers understand exactly what I mean. Because when you're not 100% about your finish, you're just not happy with it. And I know this because so many customers tell me, I made this, but I'm not confident enough to send it into the Wall of Fame and things like that. So I know, I can relate. Okay, we're going to move on though. How many deals can we get through in 45 minutes? Here we go. Ooh. Oh my word. Have you seen the opal in this? Okay, well, producer Liam and I are really enamoured by opal at the moment. We're thinking of starting a sideline in creating opal jewellery. Look at this. This is like jewellery quality, museum quality opal, I was going to say actually. Look at this. An 8mm cabochon cut. Look at that. Even through the Perspex screen, you're getting that gorgeous pin fire, that opalescence that people associate with the gemstone. I'm opening this up. I want to see this in the flesh. Oops. Okay, here we go. Oh wow, it's even more powerful in the flesh. Have a look at that. Look at that. When you think about the efforts we sometimes go to try and show you that pearlescence, that opalescence, that pin fire, and I mean it's all there for you on this particular variety, isn't it? This is a proper collector's variety of opal. Wow, I'm mesmerised by that. That's not all you get, by the way. Sorry, that's just taken my fancy. That's the cabochon in your opal, but you haven't just got that. I'll show you everything you get. In fact, here you go, because you also get a Swiss blue topaz, a peridot, an amethyst, a smoky quartz, a white quartz, and then that Wellow opal. Of course, that Wellow opal coming from the mines in Australia, where we traditionally source a lot of opal, and so you are looking at the premier location for opal mining there, and that is such an impressive variety. I am mesmerised. So in all honesty, even if we hadn't promoted the prong setting kit only days ago and 1,000 people hadn't taken up that as a hobby, even if I were just selling this to the collectors, I'd still be expecting it to sell out, because it's, for me, the perfect way to start a gemstone collection. They are calibrated gemstones, they are jewellery quality. You could easily have these set into maybe a 9-carat gold setting if you've got a local jeweller's close to you, or maybe you just want to keep them sacred to you. Maybe you want to pass them down to, you know, future generations in your family. That's the kind of quality we're talking about. However, I think it was around about this time last week when we introduced everybody, or reintroduced everybody I should say, to the idea of investing in calibrated gemstones and prong setting them into your jewellery designs to create a professional finish. As I say, I think we had about 1,000 kits, and they're sold out now. So we know these are going to be in great demand. How many of this particular collection do we have in stock? Only double figures, I'm afraid, so we've actually got fewer than 50 of these in stock. I mean, honestly, this is $39.95, but if you take your prong setting kit and set that opal into it, that ring in itself, for me, is going to be worth more than that. In fact, producer Liam and I were just looking at an opal ring in the jewellery shop, and it was £50, wasn't it? And that was like a cost price. So if you imagine what the price would have been when it was on Gems TV, they offer you the best value on the market, and it must have been at least £100 on Gems TV, I would have thought. That's a ballpark figure, so don't quote me on that, but yeah. So we were just looking at one at 50. Don't forget, you also get your clear quartz, your smoky quartz, your amethyst, your peridot, and your cabochon sky blue topaz, Swiss blue topaz. Okay, in fact, I'll just tell everybody, shall I? So basically, the ring we were looking at that's now available, because it's the last in stock in the jewellery stock, was £50 for just the opal ring. It started off life on Gems TV as $129.99, went down to $99.99, and then $79.99, and then when we had one left, it ended up in the jewellery shop, and we're currently selling it, if you ever get the opportunity to come down to the studios, for £50. But you can get the same quality opal there, combined with another 5 gemstones for $39.95. That's amazing value. Okay, we're moving on though. Okay, sorry. We're moving on to one of the big four. So, such an impressive show tonight. I'm so blown away by not just the quality of the gemstones, but the range of variety that we're able to offer you. This is shaded emerald, and here you're looking at virtually, it seems like you're looking at every possible variation of emerald that we see here at JewelleryMaker. It is actually all Brazilian emerald. It's come from the mines of Brazil, but you know, these are the kind of colour tones you'd normally associate with Brazilian emerald. Then you've got the colour tones you normally associate with Zambian emerald, and then you've got your sort of your pastel tones, your Colombian emerald shades there as well. Incredible, really. And you've got it all in the faceted Rondelles, so very high-end look. Gorgeous play of light here, and of course emerald, one of the most recognisable and prestigious gemstones on the planet, certainly very, very sought after. Of course, we've been mining for emerald for 4,000 years, and it's another of Cleopatra's favourites, isn't it? This is also May's birthstone. So when we're actually thinking about investing in top-end gemstones, birthstones can lead to greater sales. If you are planning to maybe attend a few of the Christmas craft fairs and sell a few Christmas prezzies, I actually bought a pair of emerald earrings last Christmas for my sister because it's her birthstone. So it definitely leads to greater sales in my experience because I'm one of those customers. 25 carats in total of shaded emerald here. Okay, I've just heard some very exciting news. We'll show you the current price for this, which already offers you the best value on the market. That's if you can actually source emerald of this quality from any other suppliers. $34.95, but my producer just said he's about to take this to the lowest price it's ever been to. Only available at this price, of course, for the next 60 minutes. So even if you're caught in two minds, which I don't know why you would be because we're talking about emerald, you've got every possible colour variation there. Currently for $34.95, but we're about to take it to the lowest ever price. If you are caught in two minds, this is going to be your best opportunity to get involved. We're about to take it down to £1 a carat. $24.95 for 25 carats of shaded emerald. Of course, emerald's one of the gemstones which has been identified within the industry as having the greatest percentile increases from year to year. In fact, we were talking about some varieties of Colombian emerald, and in their raw state, in the rough, before they've been cut and faceted, were selling at roughly $450 a carat. It's actually a story on the front of the Financial Times a few months ago, and basically they were saying it's a better investment than any other because the Colombian emerald, the pieces of rough were roughly 9 carats, I think, and they were selling for $5,000. And that's rough. So if you think, even if you were lucky enough to have, say, a 50% yield on your emerald, you'd probably end up with a 4.5 carat emerald. Now, of course, this is very, very prestigious, but at $5,000, that's kind of, serious money to play with, isn't it? And to get this variety of emerald, which actually, as a jewellery maker, offers you so many more options than just having the consistent colour tone, for £1 a carat is almost ridiculous. I mean, if you went up to the mine owners, let's say you're not Steve Bennett and you haven't known the emerald mine owners for 10 years. Steve Bennett is the owner of our company. So you're just, Joe Bloggs off the street. You walk up to the mine owner, I bet you'd be hard pushed to negotiate this kind of price point for rough cut gemstones off a mine owner as a sort of unknown entity. That's why it's always best to come to the Genuine Gemstone Company. 25 carats of shaded emerald right now at the lowest ever price of $24.95. And if you do miss out on this deal, then I have to say in 60 minutes it's going to be back up to $34.95. So take advantage while it's at the lowest ever price and add one of the big four to your order for £1 a carat. Moving on now to another gorgeous gemstone with, again, the same sort of colour tone, but this time very consistent colour tone. I would say that you'd be hard pushed to find this colour in any other gemstone, and it's because it comes from a specific variety of garnet known as Tsavorite garnet. It's a grossular garnet, so it's one of the alternative varieties, and it is actually a one location gemstone found in the Tsavo National Park and named after that region. Only actually discovered in the late 1960s, so we haven't had a long time to appreciate the gemstone, but the richness of the colour is really where it's at for me with Tsavorite garnet. Those sort of vibrant lime green tones, which you wouldn't really associate with any varieties of emerald, and chrome dioxide's more of a sort of bottle green. So really, if you're looking for this colour tone, I think Tsavorite garnet is pretty much the only gemstone where you can find this sort of vivid green tone. Now, as I say, this was only discovered in the late 1960s, and mining really began in the early 70s. At that time, we had around 40 commercial mines. Now, we have only 4 commercial mines, and it is thought now to be 1,000 times rarer than emeralds. So, you know, like the comparison we made between tanzanites and diamonds, it's probably the same between Tsavorite garnet and emeralds. And to bring it to you is very, very, well, impressive really, because as I say, a one location gemstone, and it is highly regarded within the industry because it was discovered so recently, so people are certainly industry people who are savvy are aware of it. And of course Cambalar Bridges was, you know, well known in the industry, and so he was easily able to translate the value of Tsavorite garnet to the big boys, if you like. And so this is used by the top end designers, but of course once again, because unfortunately the natural resource of this gemstone are now starting to become depleted, and as it becomes a rarer commodity, it means that the yields aren't quite high enough to be utilised by the top end designers. That gives you the opportunity now to start offering your customers one of the rarest gemstones available to us, gorgeous Tsavorite garnet, certainly one of the rarest varieties of garnet. And if you know people whose birthdays fall in January but they don't traditionally wear those bold red tones, this could be a great way to maybe introduce them to an alternative variety, one of the grossular garnets. Tsavorite garnet available right now for less than £1 a carat today, just $19.95, and I think it looks gorgeous set into yellow gold, as we touched on earlier with the emeralds. And again, you know, maybe you're a collector, maybe, you know, you have your own sort of style of jewellery making, but you're also a gemstone enthusiast. Maybe you've been waiting for an opportunity to get Tsavorite garnet into your personal gemstone collection. Well, this is perfect. 25 carats for $19.95, as I say, less than £1 a carat for one of the rarest varieties of garnet on the planet. One, potentially, of the rarest gemstones on the planet. We'll leave that one with you at $19.95, and we're going to move on. Oh, really? Okay, here we go then. Now, unfortunately, this item is a little bit limited in availability. It's a trade show item, always popular, not just with people selling their jewellery designs, but it does have that practical use, of course, because if you are putting together a necklace design, you can hang it on the bust during the design process to make sure it's going to hang appropriately. Always frustrating to get to the end of a design and find that it's not quite sitting right on the neckline, and so this makes that a little bit easier. But on top of that, if you are selling your designs, it just makes you look like a real pro, doesn't it? Ah, here we go. This is one of my favourite designs here at JewelleryMaker. This is one of the wirework lockets that Michelle put together for us on the Sunday Inspiration Show this weekend. Gorgeous locket design. I mean, that already elevates the design, and this design didn't need a lot of elevation, if I'm honest with you, but instantly it looks so much more professional, so much more sophisticated, partly because of the sort of velvet effect finish. Oh, it is actually velvet, sorry. It's black velvet bust, and I should just give you an idea. These are 33.5 mil in height and 19 centimetres. Sorry, 33.5 centimetres in height and 19 centimetres in diameter. $8.95 this evening for this bust. Unfortunately, I can't send you the locket with it. That is a gorgeous design. If you missed out on Sunday's inspiration show, I mean, look at that attention to detail, even on the pin there. Gorgeous. I have to say, I was really, really impressed with this particular design. A traditional little locket design. I have to show it just because we've got it on set. And if you did miss out on that show, you can find it on YouTube. Michelle's Sunday Inspiration Show. Little locket. Look at that, even the little pin. Attention to detail. Gorgeous, isn't it? Okay, there you go. And as I say, if you are planning on selling these designs, you might be trying to maybe achieve those slightly higher price points. Maybe you're starting to push up towards the 40, the 50, the 60 pound price points. If you're just sort of laying this out on a, you know, a wooden table in a village hall, you can't expect people to buy into the value that you want, that you're offering, or the price point that you're trying to achieve if you're not presenting your items appropriately. This is the way to do it. Those gorgeous busts, and I think the leatherette ones look fantastic, but the velvet ones do look very, very sophisticated, don't they? I'm going to have to leave that one with you at under £10. It is flying out the door. Just to be clear, we are probably going to be doing fewer of our trade shows from now on. Instead, we're going to try to spread those items throughout all of our shows, just to be fair to all of our customers. So this could be your opportunity to add the black velvet bust to your order, just at $8.95. We are going to move on. Look, are they really? Oh, they're going to be a sellout, I'm afraid. There you go. We've had so many sellouts so far. It is now time for me to bring you another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy, and once again we've created a wholesale bundle for you. I'm actually going to grab one of these black velvet boards this time so that I can show you all of these items. So what we've tried to do is create a very charming bundle by putting together all of the textured, they've been classified as charms, but they could also be used as blanks for your metal stamping as well. So you could actually use them, I suppose, as a little bit of branding. Maybe if you wanted to maybe hang a little charm or a blank off the end of an extender chain, and it also gives you the opportunity to personalise the jewellery. Maybe if somebody wants their initials or a certain date, you know, a date of birth or an anniversary, something like that. I personally think metal stamping is essential for jewellery makers who are trying to sell their designs, particularly at craft fair venues where, you know, it can be quite a competitive arena, and so you need something to set yourself apart from other crafters. Metal stamping, for me, is a great way to do it. And of course, previously we've only really had the top end metal stamps available, and those have been a little more of a considered purchase. But now that we've managed to develop our own range and you can actually invest in them for less than £10, for me it's a no-brainer. You might like to use these to create even price tags. If you've got you know, structured pricing, so I mean, you take them off, take them back and use them at your next craft fair. So, you know, £5, a £10, a £15, a £20, for example. I'll show you the shapes that you've got here and exactly what I'm talking about. Here's the little heart shape. We know those are going to be popular. I mean, those would be fantastic on a charm bracelet. I also love the textured finish here. Now, last night we had some textured jump rings. You remember those? I got home, I went onto Facebook to encourage everybody to turn their lights off, and Natalia Coleman is currently abroad in Italy, and she's sending lots of very stylish images on Facebook. One of the images she sent, and do you remember when we were talking about it, I was saying, oh, it looks like Italian designer, Italian metalwork. She showed a pair of earrings of just, I think, just a lady she'd snapped on the train, and honestly, identical. It was in a triangular shape, you could easily have recreated the Italian metal design using those jump rings. And so I think I was onto something when we were talking about the textured metals. Certainly popular with the Italian designers, and they tend to be at the forefront of sort of stylish metalwork, if you like. So these are the heart charms. You also get your little, I suppose you could say that's a star or a flower. You could use it either way. I think it's supposed to be a star. The reason for that is that you also get a little flower. Right. And you could use it as a cloud as well, so if you did want to look for some alternative uses. And you've got a moon as well. And that's a half moon. And look at this, I love this little leaf as well. It's a little more defined than other leaf shapes that we see here on the channel. Love that. So just to be clear, you actually get 5 of each of those, is that right? So you get 5 leaves, 5 hearts, 5 moons, 5 flowers and 5 stars. And have a look at this, you've also got your little keys. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. The key to my heart. Boom. I'm such a romantic kind of guy. And then you've got the rose gold finish and the silver finish on one design as well. Okay, it looks like we're going to have to bring the price on screen. People are already flying in for this one. There's everything you're going to get. My apologies if I just coughed in your ear. My apologies. We did try to catch it on my mic. Sorry. Yes, I just had a little tickle in my throat. Okay, so you get 5 of each of the shapes, and you also get the keys. And that's very intriguing. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to give the stars and the hearts to Sam, because she's going to... Oh, sorry, the stars and the moon to Sam. I think I've already done that by allowing her to work with me, but we're gonna give her the stars and the moon in the charms and the Tanzanite, and she's gonna create an inspirational piece of jewellery for us for the end of the show. Well, that's good. And I'll tell you what, I love silver with the Tanzanite, don't you? Gorgeous. I have to say, I haven't even mentioned the fact that producer Liam's just took all of this to $6.95. Wow. If you were to invest in these any other time, it would cost you more like £10. So to get them for $6.95, that's an added to your order price point now for an essential item. Really, you've got 25 of those charms in terms of these sort of shapes. You've got 5 of each. And then you've got 25 of the little rose gold plated sterling silver keys. Wow. I have to just grab a little bit of wire. I've walked over to the other side of the studio now. Where's all the wire in this place? Oh, here it is. Even Laura Binding couldn't get through all of the wire in the studio, surely. That's what I was thinking. I just got to say, I want to see that on a design. Yeah. Have I gone? Oh, look at that. I'll tell you what, I've just fitted these through 0.8mm wire. So that's going to be so useful. I mean, look at that. There you go. That's a gorgeous design. I mean, on a charm bracelet, the key to my heart, you don't have to do any work really, do you? Absolutely gorgeous. How often do you see those little key shapes? Very rarely. I've never seen them from other suppliers. Maybe they do exist, I just haven't seen them, of course. But yeah, that's gorgeous, isn't it? The key to my heart. And then you've got the stars, the leaves even. I mean, these together as well would work, I guess. It's like a little floral effect there. Oh, over half the stock's now been allocated, so we are going to have to leave that one with you at $6.95. We think it could end up being a sellout. The reason for that, of course, is that we have got a bit of a queue on our free phone number. So if you are waiting in a queue, don't panic. You will be answered very, very shortly. I'm going to move on, and don't forget star buys throughout the show, so we're going to be bringing another premiere launch. Ooh, it's only 20 minutes away, in fact. It's a brand new strand of Aquamarine. Definitely increasing in popularity here at JewelleryMaker, and we know why. It's because the quality of the Aquamarine we're able to source at the moment is absolutely through the roof. Just look at that. We're used to seeing maybe a little bit of inconsistency in the colour saturation, but here you've got that gorgeous sky blue tone across the entire strand. There you go. That's a much fairer reflection of what you're going to see, rather than the saturation that our studio lights create. Wow, fantastic. So that's coming up. They're like little icicles, aren't they? I love that. Okay, that's coming up in about 15-20 minutes, so not long to wait. Before that, we are going to continue to bring you incredible wholesale deals. Here we go. I was just talking about this. So this is the white leatherette bust. Now this is actually more useful for the practical side of things because it's a little broader. So I would say this is more for your showcase, your sort of statement designs. Sorry, I just put something really tall next to something really short. Quite difficult for the director and camera person there, you're sorry. So if you've got the sort of statement style designs, you want that elongation on your bust because it adds sophistication to the look. If you're planning your design out and you're using this to create your design, you want it to be a little broader because that's going to be more accurate as to where it will hang on a lady's neckline, I suppose. And of course, these are great for, well, different colour tones, of course, because if you've got something that's going to fade into the black tone, you're not going to get the effect of the gemstone. If you want something to give you that pop, you want to set it against white, don't you? I mean, actually, set dressing is a real art to some people, you know. And sometimes when I do attend craft fairs, you walk around the stores and you can see the people who have put real effort in. And those are the stores that are chock-a-block with people. They're 2 or 3 deep. They're selling their designs. People are saying, oh, actually, can I have the ring as well as the earrings? A little trick, and I know that a lot of crafters out there are always going to be aware of this, but I think it looks so effective. All people seem to do is just bring a piece of felt or cloth and they just create steps. So they just use cardboard boxes and it just looks so effective. Presentation is a big part of selling luxury items, isn't it? If you think about what's the iconic image when you think of a piece of Tiffany jewellery? It might be the sort of Tiffany cut diamond, might be, or it might be the blue box it comes in, mightn't it? Yeah, if you think about it, sometimes the way you present your items and the sort of branding and the professionalism around you and your designs is what actually could lead to greater sales. I think people are always going to be drawn to gorgeous luxury goods. It's the person who presents them in the best way that's going to attract the most attention. $7.95 for your white leatherette bust. And I have to say, not only is this going to allow you to, I suppose, present your jewellery appropriately, but also it'll make the actual design process a little easier. So another must-have there. And am I right in thinking the black one was $8.95, but the leatherette white one's just $7.95? So great addition to your collection. So we're going to move on. Ooh, now these, once again, when we're talking about, you know, iconic imagery, when we're talking about emulating Mother Nature and relying on the inspiration she provides us with, this is a gemstone that's basically going to do all the work for you. It's gorgeous leaf cut, but of your cloudy grey quartz. So you get that sort of dramatic edge from the colour zoning in your cloudy grey quartz. Almost, I mean, for me, whenever I see this gemstone, it's one of the most appropriately named gemstones on the planet because it really does look like when, you know, the storm clouds sort of roll across the sky, that dramatic feeling that everybody feels. And I suppose that's, again, that's that sort of link to nature, isn't it, which so many people lean towards when they're investing in jewellery designs. And that's then again sort of mirrored in the fact that you've got the leaf carvings. So basically stealing lots of inspiration from Mother Nature on this strand, aren't we? They're 14 by 10 mil, giving you 125 carats in total. I love this sort of silver shimmer that you seem to get from the gemstone. It's actually because of the carvings on the surface of the gemstone catching the light. And it's really bringing the designs up. I would set this with rose quartz. And I think if you did just watch the Designer Inspiration show, or you plan to watch it at 9 PM when we finish, then Laura Binding actually created a wirework design this afternoon using the Amethyst variety of these leaf cuts. So maybe this is your kind of colour scheme. I love these sort of charcoal tones, the silver hues, and I personally would combine them with pink tones, but then again, that might just be my own personal sort of bias towards feminine gemstones. Absolutely love this particular gemstone. It's literally ticking every box for me. $8.95. The gemstone's doing a lot of the creative work for you in terms of how definitive that carving is. It's actually leading you through the creative process, because I imagine lots of people are going to use these in sort of floral motifs and Mother Nature inspired pieces. And as I say, if you are struggling for inspiration, then stay tuned at 9 PM and Laura Binding will show you exactly how to integrate these into your designs. Just $8.95 for 125 carats of cloudy grey quartz. So we'll leave that one with you. We'll move on. And we have had another tale of heartwarming kindness sent in by our customers. Who sent this one in? This is coming from Kimberly. Is it, let me guess, is it one time this guy Ed trained me how to be a producer, now I get to work for JewelleryMaker? Oh no, it's a different Kimberly from Aberdeenshire. Okay, it says, I had been Christmas shopping on a busy street and had went in the phone box. I left my purse and by the time I noticed it was gone. But some kind person handed it into the police station. I left a reward but never knew who found it. I was so lucky as I had just been to the cash machine. Basically the same story as mine, Kimberly. That's what inspired this text topic. So yes, fantastic when somebody is honest enough. Do you know what? Shall I say something dubious? I have to say that if I was out on a night out and I found a wallet, I would be half tempted to open it and see what was in it before I handed it in. I think most people would be. I wouldn't take anything, but I would go through. This clearly hadn't even been opened, my wallet. That's what I'm so impressed about. Somebody didn't even enter their mind to find out what was in the wallet. They handed it in. They're just being honest. I think now I would be more honest off the back of this. Of somebody being kind to me, I want to spread that kindness. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. We've had another one. Oh, we're going to do it after our star bite. Okay, that's cool. What? Oh, because it's an impromptu star bite. Okay, I didn't know. If somebody just tunes in now, they'll think that's like an advert. One of those, hey, want to meet new fun people? Call this number now. Pete Chat. Okay, right, this is another exciting bundle actually, because this was actually put together by one of our viewers. So what we did was we put a little post out on Facebook last week. If you don't currently follow me, you want to get involved with the show, search me at Ed Presenter with a lowercase p and you'll find my site. All you've got to do is like me and you'll get all the heads up, and of course you can then message me with your suggestions for what you'd like to see in the show. Debbie Hunt sent, sorry, it's my earpiece. Beverly, my apologies, Beverly Hunt sent through a suggestion that she'd like to see a combination of the jewel enamels and the gleams bundled together, and so we put that together for you, Kimberly. If you've got something you'd like to see on the show, do not hesitate to get involved. Have a look at this. Now, it's a good job that Kimberly sent this through, because I have to make a public service announcement for anybody who's missed out on this information previously. This is now the end of the road for our jewel enamel pots. Unfortunately, the supplier that we currently work with is no longer going to be creating these pots of enamel. We still have some in stock, and I think, sorry, it's the melting pot that's not going to be created, but what I mean is you can get the melting pot from other suppliers, but we're no longer going to stock it, and it's going to mean that we're going to put less focus on the pots of jewel enamel. That's what I meant to say. So yes, so because we haven't got the melting pot, we're going to do fewer demonstrations with the jewel enamel. So if this is something that you're passionate about, and you've already got your melting pot, which Beverly obviously has, this is going to offer you the best possible value on this particular item. And you've got huge pots here. You've got your sort of emerald green, your coral pink, and your amethyst purple. And you've actually got 30 grams in total. I'm just going to have a look at these. Hold on a second. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Now, I have actually used this before. In fact, I remember the day they brought the melting pot in for the first time and everyone was playing with it. Everyone was getting very excited. I have to say, it is probably one of the funnest sort of tools to play with. You'd love this, Pete. You basically get a melting pot, it heats up, and then you only need a little sprinkle, then you can swirl all the colours around. Then you pour them into your moulds and you create bespoke pendants. They could be used as, in fact, they can be used in a variety of different ways, I suppose, as little features, little charms perhaps. Here we've got two of the most popular moulds in terms of the face. Looks a bit strange there, but once you fill it up with the enamel, of course, it's no longer inverted, so then you can see the 3D face structure, and then you've got the little flower there as well. Now on top of that, we've also combined the gleams so that you can actually create a unique finish to it as well. Now these work on a variety of different materials, but they are very popular with the jewel enamels, and I have to say, great combination of colour tones for the enamels that we're offering, because you've got the sort of the 18 karat gold, the old gold, and the rose gold in the little gleams there, and that'll work perfectly with these purples, greens, rich reds as well. So this is a suggestion from one of our customers, Beverly, and it's quite exciting for us to bring you a jewel enamel bundle, because as I say, we're going to be putting less focus on this discipline moving forward, because they're no longer going to be manufacturing the melting pots. It makes it a little bit difficult for us to demonstrate on air. Now you can, in my experience, actually find other ways to heat up the enamels. I think the heat gun has been utilised in the past. The thing with that is that it becomes a little bit tricky. Of course, you need to have a safe container to actually heat the enamel up in, because if you heat the moulds, then those will potentially be damaged by the heat itself. So if you've got maybe some of the graded plastic tubs that we sell will work. I would do your own research into this, because I'm not an expert on the topic, but I have seen the enamels being used with the heat gun. But yes, as I say, I'd probably do a little bit of research. In fact, you know what? Go onto Facebook and ask Liz Welsh the question. She's our expert here. She is probably the nicest person you could ever hope to meet, and she'll be more than happy to help you with any of your queries regarding this discipline. Fantastic combination of items here, and an unbelievable price point, offering you the best value on the market this evening for your jewel enamel, your moulds and your gleams. Just £24.95. Now this would normally cost you over £35, so we're actually making a saving here of over £10 on your enamels. And I have to say, these enamels go an awfully long way. Now if Beverly is watching, then don't hesitate to text in, get involved and tell us why you were after all of these items, and of course how thrilled you are at saving £10 now that we've bundled them together. We've put the moulds with the enamels and the gleams to give you, well, quite a comprehensive collection of items, and also a hefty saving there of over £10. Beautiful. Okay, we're going to leave that on with you and we're going to move on. Oops, sorry. Dropping everything. Don't forget, coming up in less than 5 minutes now, the premiere launch of this strand of Aquamarine March's birthstone, and again another of the more well-known gemstones within the industry. Right now we're going to bring you a very versatile gemstone, which for me, when we think about the kind of criteria against which you might judge a gemstone as a jewellery maker, I think this ticks all the boxes. It's large enough to be the focal point of a design without overpowering other gemstones. And not only that, but it offers you an optical effect, an optical phenomenon, which of course is going to draw people's attention to your designs. And you can see here it's fantastic in terms of the chatoyancy you can see there. On top of that, it's a very earthy colour tone, so it works with most other gemstones, again without overpowering the gemstones, and it's heavily used within masculine jewellery as well as feminine jewellery, so pretty much an all-rounder, let's say, in terms of, you know, uses of gemstones within craft work, within jewellery making. I think Golden Tiger's Eye is really fitting the bill for most disciplines, most looks, and of course unisex pieces. Now, this particular strand has never been available on its own. It's only ever been available as part of our designer bundles. Now that sets an alarm bell ringing for me, because I know that the designers do play a huge part in the bundles we put together now, not just for the Designer Inspiration Show, but even here on the Late Show and on the Morning Show. And that means that every time this has been available, there's been a designer quick to snap it up and put it into their bundle. It must have a lot of design implications within jewellery making. You actually get over 180 carats on this particular strand, and these are through drilled pear drops, 18 by 13 mil in size. Let's have a look at, well, I suppose the launch price. Wasn't expecting that, I have to say. Seriously? Wow. I'll be honest, I was expecting at least $9.95. They're all such a significant size. I mean, just look at that chatoyancy on this gemstone. Look at the impact that's going to have on your designs. Well, at that price, you can be probably quite generous with the amount of tiger's eye that you're putting into your designs, despite the fact that you don't need to be. You've got a large carat weight. They are a significant size, but at $6.95, you don't have to be too sparing. I mean, just on a piece of the black leatherette cord as a sort of surfer style necklace, I'd wear that. Pete, is that the kind of look you might go for? You're a bit of a surfer dude.
I'm already.
Oh, he's already dressed to be a... Look at him, he's dressed for a luau. What's that about?
I don't know.
He's got the moves like Jagger, this boy. Look at him. All he wants to do with his life is dance. Oh, Pete. Oh, Pete. I love you, man. Here we go. Golden Tiger's Eye for $6.95. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Just probably the first time I've ever caught, but Pete, I love you in a way. $6.95. We're moving on. We've got to move on. It's time to launch the premier strand of Aquamarine as a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker, and rather excitingly, it's time to launch a premier strand. This has never been seen before here on JewelleryMaker, and at the moment I happen to know for a fact that Aquamarine is growing in popularity, and it's because the quality of our Aquamarine is increasing, well, it seems like from delivery to delivery. When we previously have stocked Aquamarine, maybe if we go back 12 or 18 months ago, it's always had a slightly inconsistent finish, certainly in terms of its colour saturation, and it's also tended to be a little more included than we're seeing at the moment. Right now, we have got some fantastic quality Aquamarine, kind of Aquamarine that, again, I would expect to see set certainly into silver possibly into, say, 9 carat gold. That's the kind of quality we're looking at. And that's, for me, why I try to make that distinction between gemstones which are more, I suppose, tailored towards craft work, and gemstones which would absolutely be comfortable being set into precious metals, and this is one of those for me. It's a Gems of Distinction strand. It has been sourced by our Indian buying office and therefore represents the highest possible quality we can source for you, but just look at the colour tones there. Those icy blues ranging into sky blues. There is a slight variation in the colour tone, but here where you've got the sort of the weaker saturation on the gemstones and you've got that icier hue, I would say that's previously been the strongest colour tone that you've seen in the Aquamarine. Right now, I mean, look at this. That sky blue tone, I mean, that's getting on towards those sort of Santa Maria Aquamarine hues, isn't it, those sky blues? I mean, there's such a rich saturation of colour. Now, Aquamarine actually takes its colour tone from the inclusion of iron. So what you actually do is, with all of the varieties of beryl, you've got a sort of a base chemical composition that makes up beryllium, and then through little changes in certain elements you get the different colour tones. So for example, in morganite you get the inclusion of manganese into that chemical composition and it goes pink. In emerald you get chromium or vanadium, depending on which region you're sourcing it, and that will make it go green. In aquamarine, it's actually iron that makes it go blue, and so you get these gorgeous icy blue tones. I mean, this is March's birthstone, but I don't think aquamarine is generally reserved for March babies. This is a gemstone which is revered the world over, and again, very, very prominent within current fashion trends, and therefore people are aware of the gemstone. They want to have it into their collection. Gorgeous colour saturation here, but also the cut, because it's almost as though the lapidarist has played on the sort of icy blues and created little icicles of aquamarine. I think it's because you've got very slight variations and irregularities in the way it's been cut and faceted. All of them are top drilled drops. I mean, can you imagine creating little 5-petal flowers from your aquamarine? Fantastic. In fact, if you've got maybe something with this kind of depth of colour as the stamen, so you just need 1 pearl and 5 aquamarines, you can create probably one of the most high-end floral motifs you could think of. I love that combination, actually. So anybody that got hold of those very rich royal blue pearls with the aquamarine, that would be perfect. Of course, it will also go with, well, Tanzanite we've got coming up at the end of the show. That's a fantastic combination, isn't it? Actually, I'm thinking of a specific designer. I can't remember their name, but if you just put into a search engine aquamarine and Tanzanite pendant, you'll see some of the most fantastic designs. And I'll check in the break the designer's name, but there's one designer that actually uses quite a lot of Tanzanite and aquamarine together, and it does look fantastic, I have to say. But you don't have to use it with other blue tones. I mean, you can go to the other end of the spectrum and you could go for maybe you know, when people are creating bespoke jewellery designs, if people are in tune with the sort of I suppose the crystal healing properties, the folklore and legend, I know that people are really hot on, say, star signs and water signs and element signs. Look at this, the fiery tones of your opal coming up at 8:30 with the icy hues from your aquamarine. That's a nice contrast as well, isn't it? So there's so much scope with this particular strand, and you can always be confident that you're going to be creating profitable or at least sellable jewellery designs, because people are going to be aware of aquamarine. They're going to be drawn to the gemstone because they want to have it in their collection, and I think you'd be hard pushed to find higher quality aquamarine, certainly for the kind of value we're going to offer you tonight. 75 carats of aquamarine for $14.95. Wow. 20p a carat for faceted aquamarine here. Now the top drill drops actually range in size from 7x4 to 13x9, and if you are interested in the folklore and legend attached to certain gemstones, I would never suggest you actually invest in a gemstone for these reasons, but it's always interesting to understand the way the gemstone's been viewed in the past. And Aquamarine is thought to help with certain phobias. I have to say, they must be two of the biggest phobias on the planet: arachnophobia and fear of flight and travel. So if those are things that scare you, then Aquamarine might help to cure you of those. 75 carats in total. Currently available for $14.95. And we're not staying there. We're about to offer you our exclusive launch price this evening, $11.95. We have handed you back the equivalent of your P&P on this particular strand. So just to make it as accessible as possible, to give everybody their first bite of the cherry, I suppose. You can get it home. You can appreciate the quality of this gemstone for 30 days before you make an informed decision about whether this suits your particular designs. Again, perfect for use in those popular motifs as petals or leaves, but also for beginners, maybe if you're trying to create matching sets of jewellery with your matching earrings and pendants, this would be absolutely perfect. $11.95 for March's birthstone. Just, well, it was 20p a carat. It's even less than that right now. Only available at that price for 60 minutes, of course, and we're going to move on. We've got so much more to bring you before we bring you our final premieres at the end of the show. So we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes, so don't move a muscle.
We've teamed up with Make and Sell Jewellery Magazine to offer our customers an exclusive promotion. From the 4th to the 8th of August, we're giving you the chance to get a 6-month subscription to Make and Sell Jewellery Magazine for just $19.99, saving a massive 33%. Simply go to the website or call 01795 414 964 and quote the discount code JMOffer. Terms and conditions apply. Please see the website for more details. Do you make jewellery as a hobby? Would you like to learn key skills to help you successfully market and sell your handmade jewellery? We are working with Angela Edwards, who is an experienced jewellery maker as well as a small business trainer, to bring you the perfect course to help develop basic business skills. The full course includes how to create a business plan to successfully sell your products, how to access current and potential customers, how to identify and profile your target market, how to generate leads to secure current and future sales, how to use online social networking to your advantage, and key knowledge on legal requirements and insurances. For information about dates and to reserve your place, please contact 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Come and join guest designer Mark as he shares his passion for beautiful jewellery making with genuine gemstone chips and nuggets. You will learn various techniques including colour grading, how to triple plait, create stunning memory wire bracelets and earrings, as well as how to incorporate macrame into your designs. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, memory wire, threading materials and findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join the incredibly talented guest designer Alison Tarry in her very first wire sculpture DVD. In this edition, you will learn all the skills needed to create fabulous scrollwork designs, including a decorative bell, wire booties and an ornamental box. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening, and we are going to make it worth your while. We have got 2 more premiere strands to bring you this evening. These are going to be coming up in the final half an hour of the show. Around about 8:30, we're going to be launching our exclusive strand of Mexican Fire Opal, and towards the end of the show, we're going to bring you this gorgeous strand of Tanzanite. I mean, just look at that. It is sparkling like there is no tomorrow. That is coming up at the end of the show. Both of those premiere strands, your first, potentially your final opportunity to add those to your order. And of course, we're also giving away the pearl necklace that I created last week. And if you want to be in with a chance of winning this particular necklace, then all you have to do is text in your heartwarming tales of kindness. So tell us a time when someone's been kind to you, and please make sure that you include your customer reference number in your text or online messages. Otherwise, we won't be able to send it out to you. And yes, send them through. We've had a lot of lovely suggestions already, and the person that pulls the producer's heartstrings the most will receive this pearl necklace. So there you go. Right now though, we're going to give you pick of the week. So these are some of the most, I suppose, popular launches that we've brought to you, mainly on the morning show, but could be on other shows as well. Maybe you've missed out on the opportunity to add these to your order. We're going to give you your second and potentially your final bite of the cherry on these. Unfortunately, I know what I'm going to have to do any second. Have a look at these huge slabs of golden druzy. Wow. Love this, because the crystal formations are much finer than we see usually, so actually you get much more interesting sort of refraction of the light, sparkles in a slightly more interesting way. And of course you've got a very traditional colour tone here in those beautiful metallic gold shades. I mean, it's funny, isn't it, because this highlights again the fact that jewellery makers have a much broader criteria against which they judge gemstones. That almost looks like a little face. Can you see? Almost like that little cat's face or something. That's the eye, that's the other eye, that's the nose, that's the mouth. Can't see it? I can see it. There you go. So you actually get 5 huge nuggets here. The range in size from 29 by 25 to 36 by 25 in total, and they're available right now for $12.95. Wow, I was going to say $21.95. Just when I see that carat weight, when I see the finish on the druzy, that's just where my brain went, to a price point of over £20. But to get them for £12.95, I mean, we know these are popular with jewellery makers. They tend to fly out the door. This was very, very popular on launch. We're actually bringing you the last in stock this evening. So if you do want to add it to your order, even if you are stuck in two minds, I would add it to your order, get it home, and then use your 30-day money-back guarantee to make an informed decision once you've got it into your collection. In all honesty, as ever, our studio lights aren't doing this justice, but I'm going to try and angle it towards the lights. There you go, look at that. Just look how rich that beautiful little bit of sparkle you get from your druzy is. Significant carat weights there, because you've got 350 carats spread across 5 gemstones, which are all similarly sized, so roughly 70 carats on each gemstone. I'll leave that one with you at £12.95. I'll move on to these beautiful step cut labradorites. Look at this. We've already touched on the enigmatic quality of an optical phenomenon, and I think the labradorite is probably the most popular gemstone here at JewelleryMaker for offering you that look. I mean, look at that. Certainly the way these have been sort of faceted with these steps is bringing that labradorescence to the forefront of the gemstone. It's ridiculous, really, isn't it? Look at that. And we've got a lot of sort of green hues coming through on that labradorescence as well. That would be really gorgeous, maybe matched up with an emerald, for example. Love the look here. Very organic finish to the gemstones, because you've got these irregularities in the sizes. They range from 12 by 6 up to 24 by 10, so quite a significant variation in the sizes. But it's all about the step cut faceting for me. That shows a sort of attention to detail from our lapidarists. See there? Almost look like little piano keys, don't they? And actually the labradorescence moves across the surface of the gemstone, almost dictated by the facets. I love that. Look at that. So I would probably use these in designs that have a little bit of movement, because that's going to allow that labradorescence to become a feature of your designs. $19.95 is the pick of the week price on this strand of labradorite, which comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Absolutely gorgeous. We're going to move on. Oh, sorry, did you want to? Yeah. 5. Wow. Now this comes from our cut collection. So the idea is that we have created an elite range of gemstones. It's called our Gems of Distinction range. It's sourced by our Indian buying office in Jaipur, and it means that when we find top quality gemstones, they can be passed straight over to our experienced gemstone cutters, our lapidarists, and therefore they can maybe, you know, have a little bit more time to work out exactly what they're going to do with the gemstones. Now, every now and then we'll come across a sample of gemstones which is such high quality that we can actually pass this over to our team of lapidarists, which would usually create designs and cuts for our sister channel, Gems TV. These are some of our more experienced lapidarists, and well, this certainly falls into the cut collection. These are your little concave shields. That's it's actually a great description of the shape you've got there, and they're very uniformed in their size and shape, although there is slight variations. They're not really visible to the naked eye. We're talking about 1 or 2 millimeters here and there. They range from 14 by 10 to 16 by 12. No prizes for guessing, but I love the colour tone. It's somewhere between a pink and a violet hue, very, very feminine. Actually, very, very similar to a lot of kunzite available on the market. That's the way I view the gemstone, just because of my own personal feelings about that gemstone. But if you are after amethyst, of course, one of the most well-known gemstones on the market, this is the kind of cut which is going to add value to your designs. You don't want to be piling all of these into one design. They have to be used as the focal point of a design because they are so luxurious. Such a high-end finish to these gemstones. And you can see here, as ever, because of the quality of the gemstone, because of the density, because of the colour saturation, the lapidus has literally treated this as though it's a gemstone that is about to be set into maybe 9 karat gold, maybe even 18 karat gold. Absolutely fantastic. You've got that traditional sort of kaleidoscope-like effect from the number of facets that have been placed on the gemstone, and a very definitive shape. Not something you're going to see every day, which will allow you to create bespoke piece of jewellery, again, because the cut is sort of catapulting this into the upper echelons of jewellery design. I would be tempted to maybe match this up with the Tanzanite. And then, of course, you're drawing out the purple hues from the amethyst as well. Fantastic. Now, unfortunately, because there are so many top-end jewellery designers out there, this was snapped up when it was originally launched only, well, within the last 10 days or so it's been launched. And I'm left with just single figures of availability. They're already being snapped up. 80 carats in total. And here comes your price point. $47.95 for 80 carats. That is incredible. I'm actually thinking that maybe you wouldn't use this for designs that you're going to sell. Maybe you've got something in mind for a loved one. Maybe you've got a design that you want to create for yourself. Let's face it, it's going to be a bit difficult for all the jewellery makers out there to get hold of this and immediately want to give them away. $47.95. I have to warn you, if you're sitting there umming and ahhing, maybe you're trying to convince somebody to let you use the credit card to put these on. We've got 1 strand remaining in stock. Add that to your order right now. You can still use your 30-day money-back guarantee. So I would definitely get those home. Looks like it's going to be a sellout, and we're going to leave it there. Okay. Ooh. This is fantastic. So this is, I would say, the other end of the spectrum to the gold druzy we saw, where we saw the very fine druzy crystals. These are much, much larger, much more of an impact from the crystal structures here. And again, you've got a traditional metallic tone in the silver this time, but these are a little bit larger. They've got a bit more depth, the gemstone itself. I love these. You can see why people fall in love with this actually, can't you? Because yes, you're getting that traditional sparkle, which is going to attract all the sort of magpies out there, but actually I think there's something more to it. I think it's the sort of the organic nature of the way the crystals have actually formed. So it's actually a sort of window into Mother Nature's world of creating gemstones, because you can see the way the crystal formations get pushed and pulled with the intensity of the temperatures and the pressures underground to form these gorgeous crystals. Over 300 carats here, and I've just said the price point, $12.95. I mean, can you imagine the impact these are going to create as a pendant design perhaps? Or, I mean, I think you'd have to be kind of brave, but imagine if you wanted to make a really sort of gem heavy statement style cocktail ring. So you could get away with that. Is Sam in the room? No, it wasn't to do with that. I wanted to ask her a sort of fashion question. This is why we need to have a feminine voice in the room when we're thinking about luxury design. Sam, am I being too brave in thinking that you could create a very gem-heavy cocktail ring using the druzy? Or am I being a bit too optimistic? I mean, they have got a lot of depth to them.
It's very gem-heavy, but ladies like their cocktail rings. They do like, the massive more massive one. But I'd say it was more of a double finger. I'd say it was more of a double finger as opposed to a single.
Laura Bynum does a lot of those, doesn't she? So maybe wear it in the centre of two fingers. Okay, that's good. So spread the weight around.
Yeah,
there we go.
Spread it a little bit.
Okay, thanks, Sam.
It's very nice though.
Oh, I knew you'd love it.
Yeah, it's a shame you're not dancing more often.
I'm just teasing you now, aren't I? Sam loves Druzy. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I couldn't hint any harder then.
Just hint then, like. See, I think you should. I thought you were just like sort of saying, "No, I do like it." You were definitely saying, "I want it."
Yeah, pretty much.
Sam's mum, start phoning. There you go. $12.95 for over 300 carats of your silver Druzy quartz here. Really impressive variety. I mean, actually, I don't think I've seen too many Druzy strands that sparkle as much as this. Unbelievable. $12.95. I'm going to have to leave that one with you. We want to fit in one more deal before we bring you another star buy opportunity. Oh, and once again, we're going for Golden Tiger's Eye. Now, we've already sort of touched on the versatility of this gemstone. And in the last strand we had the sort of pear drops, didn't we? Here, you've got your irregular sort of trapezoids, if you like. They're being classified as slabs, and they range in size from 27 by 25 to 39 by 24, giving you well over 500 carats on this strand. And really what you've got here is a collection of Tiger's Eye pendants, in my view. Or, actually, while we're talking about sort of statement style rings, probably go for the old elongation, maybe go for this one. It's got a little point of interest on it. Ring designs in your Tiger's Eye. And then, of course, as you sort of, lots of people do tend to talk with their hands, don't they? And they gesticulate a lot. You'll get to make use of that optical effect, that chatoyancy. Gorgeous. Very, very versatile colour tone, as we said. So it will go with most of your outfits, particularly as we enter into the autumn season. I know people don't like to think about it, but unfortunately. Whoa, $6.95, that's an incredible price point. Especially as you also get your little spacer bead there. It hasn't been accounted for in the carat weight, I don't think. But you've got the little spacer bead. Actually, what you've got there is your accent gemstones, isn't it? So you can make a sort of choker style necklace if you like. You can just accent it with the 2 spacer beads. You don't need any other gemstones. Job's done. And at $6.95, you just can't go wrong, can you? Fantastic. 580 carats of Tiger's Eye. Top quality Tiger's Eye from us here at JewelleryMaker. All for just $6.95. We'll leave that one with you. We're going to squeeze one more in. Oh, sorry. He said no. This one's never been seen before. Oh, I see. Right, so this is a strand that has been exclusively available for the late show audience, and so my producer's saying, "Oh, don't let the morning show steal the remaining stock. Make sure the late show audience get all the opportunities to own this." Well, you're quite right. I mean, that price point for Tiger's Eye of this quality, it should be a sell-out strand, shouldn't it? I quite agree. Just $6.95 this evening, and add it to your order price. I'll leave that one with you, my apologies, and we're going to move on because it is now time to bring you our star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another star buy. I'm kind of excited this evening because we're bringing people so many incredible deals, and I'm encouraged to see so many people getting involved. Lots of familiar names coming through, so that's always good to see that people do understand the value we offer here at JewelleryMaker, but also lots of new buyers getting involved, so that's great. If you are just getting up and running with the hobby, don't forget, and you are making your first order this evening, you will receive your Get Started DVD and booklet. So that will take you through all of the fundamental techniques you need to get up and running with the hobby and create some gorgeous jewellery designs. Right now, we've got another quite a tropical combination of gemstones, not just from the colours, but also the minerals themselves. These are gorgeous strands of coral So you've got your cream coral here, and you've got the wheels, which are very, very useful. They're almost sort of interlocking, and those are 6x4mm in size. Then you've got the more traditional red coral. I think this is the colour tone most people associate with the particular mineral, and again that's 6x4mm, but this time in the Rondelles, the Roundels. Is that a made-up word? Right, sorry, right, okay, that's the... I kind of like it as a made-up word, though. Yeah, Roundelles. It does actually sum up what you're getting here, because they've got the rondelle finish to them, but they are a little more rounded. So it's a roundel. Then you've got these blue Howlite puffy rectangles. Now, it's not very often that you actually see this inside the colour classification, but these have been classified as intense blue Howlite. So there you go. Gorgeous colour tone. Actually, it is quite a sort of tropical tone, isn't it? It's that sort of sea blue if you're in the Bahamas, not if you're on Blackpool Pier, as it were. These aren't the kind of blues you see in that sea. But I'm thinking about transporting yourself to a tropical location. So you've got 133 carats of gorgeous Howlite. We don't classify the coral using a carat weight because it's a natural mineral, and of course it's for that reason that it's so difficult for us to get hold of coral. It's actually one of Mother Nature's sort of defense mechanisms. The reason she creates coral reefs is because it creates a sort of barrier. So that stops the shorelines being really heavily eroded by the seas. So it's sort of like a little defense mechanism for Mother Nature herself. We would never actually source unethically found coral, so we'd never cut any living coral down, but we do try to source it from suppliers that sort of find it washed up on the beach. Sometimes there are certain regions in parts of the world where you do get large amounts of coral being washed up onto the beach. These are no longer living organisms, so that's the coral we use. But of course, as a result, we're very, very reliant on not only Mother Nature, but on the people who source the gemstone. The other reason that it's quite difficult for us to source genuine coral, and what actually drives the price up within the industry, is that lots of people create imitation varieties. So they'll take the likes of a magnesite or a howlite, they'll dye it these colour tones, and they'll claim it's coral. Of course, you'll never have that problem from us here at JewelleryMaker. We do lab test each and every gemstone to ensure we're giving you exactly what we say we're giving you, and this has been classified as genuine, ethically sourced coral. You've got the cream tones, you've got the traditional sort of reddish orange pink tones which most people associate with coral, and then just to tie it all together, this intense blue howlite. Gorgeous shapes, I think, and I think they work brilliantly well together. These would be perfect for, I suppose, any end of the spectrum. If you are creating quite funky beach style jewellery designs, they'll work. If you're making jewellery designs with your youngsters during the summer, I think these will be quite inspirational. They're already flying out the doors, I'm hearing, on the free phone number, so we've got them in the price on screen. $10.95, and this is actually a bundle that was again suggested to us by one of our viewers last week on Facebook, Paula. So thank you very much for sending in your suggestion. And what was Paula requesting? More coral in the bundles. Oh, so she wanted the sort of Royal Britannia colours, and she also asked for coral, so you did it together. Okay, that's gorgeous. Actually, pretty much the colours of virtually every flag going, isn't it? Do you think? I'm trying to think of some. France, Holland, America, Britain. So it's not really Royal Britannia colours, because it's probably the colour tones. Yeah, it's just a really popular colour combination, isn't it? Red, white and blue. And you can see here, this is a gorgeous, I think, a sort of clash of styles, which works brilliantly, because this has sort of playful style to it, and then this has quite a sort of vintage finish. So it's not particularly, I suppose Sue here, she's not really going for a traditional sort of coherent design. She's trying to create an impact by mixing two different styles there, the contemporary look and the vintage. I think it works actually quite well. I like it because it makes an impact. Yeah, I think that's a key thing to consider when you are creating jewellery designs. You don't want to get bogged down with convention and trying to emulate very uniformed looks. It's about expressing yourself. It's about seeing how different gemstones work in different designs, and this is definitely a complete mix of styles there. $10.95 for your 3 strands here. 3 very popular colour tones. Most people are looking to get hold of these colours within their gemstone collection, and of course to get hold of coral during this summer period is always very, very difficult. So at $10.95 you're getting fantastic value there. And we are now going to move on because we've got a few more deals to bring to you before we bring you our next star buy. Where are we going to go on to? Okay, cool. Ametrine. Wow. A 1 location gemstone. What? Yeah? Okay, well, it's been classified as pink amethyst, but there's definitely some ametrine here. Oh, well, that's a massive bonus. That means this is going to have a pink amethyst price point when actually you've got one of the rarest gemstones in the world. Okay? That's pretty interesting. So this is ametrine for my money just because of the citrine inclusions that I can see here in the amethyst. And it does come from the right location, so we've got no reason to think it isn't that. 95 carats in total. These are faceted rounds. And this strand is a natural strand. It hasn't necessarily been through extreme heat treatment. So yeah, I'm thinking you're getting a bit of ametrine here. Fantastic. Ametrine is a 1 location gemstone, but not just a 1 location gemstone, a 1 mine gemstone. There's 1 mine. It's on the border between Brazil and Bolivia, around that region. I think a lot of those South American countries sort of come to a point in a way, if you like. So there's a few different borders which meet, if you like, in South America. And around Brazil and Bolivia, there's 1 mine where amethyst forms naturally, and because of the intensity of the heat within this mine, some of the amethyst has actually created a vein of citrine that runs through it, and there's a little bit of a hybrid where you get a mixture of the 2 gemstones, and it's been named ametrine for obvious reasons. And that's exactly what we're looking at here. 95 carats in total, faceted, perfect rounds, which actually graduate in size from 6mm to 11mm. All you've really got to do is restrand this, to be quite honest. If you want it as a necklace, maybe add a little bit of chain, or if you want to use it as a bracelet for the wrist line, then you could probably get 2 out of it actually, this particular strand. And I would advise that you maybe ignore the price you've paid for the strand and create an appropriate price point if you're about to offer your customers the opportunity to own a 1 mine gemstone known as ametrine. It has been classified as pink amethyst, and I think the price will reflect that, and we've actually got to honour a previous price slash, so it should be that right, so the pink amethyst should be $15.95, but we're going to take the price down when actually there's no way ametrine should ever be at $15.95. So you're actually getting ametrine now for a much lower price point of just $11.95. That's a massive saving as well. Unbelievable. How many of these do we have in stock? Okay, we've got a reasonably healthy stock level on this particular item, or we had a reasonably healthy stock level since we lowered the price. There are people flying in left, right and centre. I've got multi-buyers coming through for this particular strand. I'm not surprised. In fact, this for me is a true collector's gemstone. You might never get the opportunity to own ametrine again, and to get the faceted variety for $11.95, something doesn't really add up. But I will say, just have a look at how confident the lapidus has been in the quality of this gemstone. Look how many facets have been placed on the surface of this. very, very confident, not only in the density of the gemstone, but that colour saturation, the fact that you're not going to have too many inclusions, because otherwise you'd see them all, wouldn't you? Gorgeous strand there, $11.95 for, well, essentially for Aquamarine there, one of the rarest gemstones on the planet. Amazing. Moving on. Oh, I love this. This is one of the strands that when we were going through the show earlier really took my fancy. I don't think there's too many regular late show viewers that are going to be surprised by that, do you? It's probably the girliest thing you've ever seen. Look at it. 4mm rounds of baby pink quartz, but with the rainbow coating. So you've got the femininity of the sort of pastel pink hues, and then you've got that sort of playful, mystical effect from the rainbow coating. I don't know if it's coming out on screen actually, but they're basically like little bubbles, that sort of oil on water effect. And yeah, I think we can see it there. You've got the little fuchsia tones, the purples, the electric blues, the golden hues as well. These are perfect. Micro macrame. Soutache designs. If you got hold of the cabochons at the weekend, we brought you 2,500 carats of cabochons. Soutache designers, you've got to be framing a cabochon with these, surely. I'm thinking about the bead loom itself, or how about the Kumihimo designs? Oh, most people coming through apparently are multi-buying this trend. How many of these do we have in stock? Is this brand new? Sorry, you did just say that. Sorry, producer Liam. So Liam's just telling me this is only previously featured as part of boutique bundles. So again, a real favourite with our expert designers. That makes me think that a lot of our viewers have probably already been inspired by this. Whoa, $6.95. That is seriously impressive. When you think of the amount of work that's actually gone into creating this strand of gemstones, not only have we had to sort of source and mine for jewellery quality quartz, we've also then had to polish and cut it into these very delicate 4mm rounds. They're very uniform. They're all 4mm in dimensions. And then we've gone one stage further and given it this extra treatment, this rainbow coating, which again, I think enhances Mother Nature's work because it actually gives you a completely different finish to a very traditional gemstone. So you've got your rose quartz, but with a completely different look. And yeah, Kumihimo, micro macrame, soutache, wire work, and of course, can you imagine creating a beady bead out of your rainbow coated quartz? So then, because you've got all the different gemstones together, when the light hits it, you're going to get that sort of a swirl of rainbow-like colours. For $6.95, it's a no-brainer. If you're not dialing up for that, I want to know why. $6.95, exceptional strand of gemstones there, fantastic. And we're going to go straight into the alternative variety this time, the peacock colour tones. So the exact same gemstone, same finish, same treatment, but instead this time you've got the peacock tones. So you've got the royal blues, the purples, and the greens. It's called multicoloured. I would have named it peacock quartz there. 4mm rounds. How brilliant do they look together? Are you talking about Columbo, Director Bruce? You said that I sounded like Columbo. Just one more thing. Get the peacock quartz. That was a terrible impression. Oh, you like that one? I got the thumbs up from Impression Pete. There you go, I'll take that. Probably, I think it's the best detective show ever. I love Columbo. I would definitely be adding both of these to my order. Just to be clear, that $6.95 price point is available, but only for the multicoloured or the peacock tones that you've got there in your 4mm rounds. Again, perfect for framing the cabochons in your soutache designs, or your Kumihimo, or again the beady beads. Again, you get that swirl of colour, and you'd really get that effect of the multi-tones that you get in this particular strand. $6.95 once again, and add it to your order price as far as I'm concerned, and the perfect way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. Well, I mean, when I talk to customers in the workshops, and when I discuss things on Facebook with customers, all anybody ever tells me is they want something that looks different, that you wouldn't find elsewhere, and that offers you design scope. And I can't see how this isn't ticking every single box. It's a 4mm round, so it's the perfect accent gemstone, but of course, because of the impact you've got from the colour play, you can also use these to great effect as an impact gemstone. $6.95, a must-have in my view. Moving on. Oh, okay, and just a quick reminder about the competition that we're currently running. It will be coming to an end. It will have to be in the next hour that we end it, won't it? Because we have to announce the winner as well. And this is based on the fact that somebody handed my wallet in when I lost it at the weekend and everything was still intact. So I want to hear your heartwarming tales of kindness. A lot of them have been very emotive, and we are very touched to hear your tales. Yeah, we'll try to keep them fairly buoyant, if that's okay. And please ensure that you include your customer reference number so that we can send out the prize should you be successful. So yeah, send them through to 60777, or alternatively you can click the message box on JewelleryMaker.com. Oh, this is interesting. Now, producer Liam's got one, but he is actually the kind person in this story. So So you'd been out for a night out when you were at university, and a girl's heel had broken, so you donated your shoes to the girl so she could walk home in comfort, and you would get the gravel stuck in your feet instead of her feet. She didn't have socks or anything. Well, she wouldn't, would she, in a pair of heels, I suppose. There you go. What a gent. Fantastic. So send us more stories of that guile that we can share with our audience, and if it does pull at our heartstrings, you could be the proud recipient of the pearl necklace that I put together last week. That's the prize this evening. Maybe you don't want my piece of jewellery, but you want a whole strand of cultured pearls. Great reason to enter the competition, I suppose. And also, don't forget, coming up in the final hour, in fact, less than an hour, we'll be bringing you 2 premiere launches. Mexican Fire Opal coming up at 8:30, and around about 8:45, the newest member of the Big Five, gorgeous Tanzanite. I have to warn everybody out there, I think this is going to be a sellout based on the price point that we're intending to launch it at. So if you do want to get involved with that one, please dial the second the graphics hit the screen. We are going to move on though, and we're going to bring you some cultured pearls. Oh, I'll tell you what, how about this for a combination? That's doing it for me, the blues and the pinks together. I like it. That's gorgeous, isn't it? But to be honest, cultured pearls are always popular here at JewelleryMaker. They're perfect for so many different disciplines. When we traditionally think about pearls, we think about associations with, well, marriage, of course, but also, you know, I think generally just sort of sophistication and special events. But they're also used in sort of everyday jewellery designs, aren't they? And they're also popular with, I suppose, everyone from, I would say, from 8 to 88. Pearls are perfect. These, I'm seeing more of a contemporary finish on them. It might just be the colour tone, and it has been accounted for. These are shocking pink cultured pearls, but you've actually got a luxury size here. They're 10 by 9mm. How about, very on trend right now, solitaire pearl rings. I can't think of anybody who isn't going to want to own a solitaire pearl ring, which is this hot pink tone, especially, you know, holidays, festivals. Maybe, you know, this is one thing which we never really seem to touch upon. We talk a lot about birthday gifts or presents for teachers, for example, but what about gifts for people when they receive their exam results? That's coming up, isn't it? In the next couple of weeks, all of the one of the teenagers out there will be waiting for their exam results, whether it's GCSEs, they still do ASs and A-levels? Yeah, okay, ASs, A-levels. Sorry? Oh, yeah, as far as we know, that's what they do, yeah. So people are going to start to receive their exam results in the next few weeks, aren't they? You could start to put together special gifts for somebody. I mean, solitaire pink rings. Maybe for, say, a niece or a family friend who's maybe worked hard and done well, deserves a little treat. That's just one idea, of course. You could potentially just re-strand this, add a gorgeous sterling silver clasp, and you have got your cultured pearl shocking pink necklace there for just $19.95. Don't forget, we are expecting to see an overall increase in the price of cultured pearls over the next few months, and you know, by Christmas time we might not even be able to bring you cultured pearls at $19.95, let alone this kind of size and quality, 10 by 9 mil. In fact, we were actually looking at a graph over the weekend that showed that since the new legislation had been placed upon the cultured pearl industries, there'd actually been a 40% decrease in the production of cultured pearls, and around about 95% of all cultured pearls now are cultivated. They're not created, you know, by oyster divers, and of course that's more environmentally friendly anyway. In fact, if you are viewing north of the border, we know the Late Show has a big following in Scotland. Can't think why. But I think exam results actually came out today in Scotland. So if you got your Scottish Highers results and you know, a relative or maybe a family friend or friend of yours has just done really well in their Highers, maybe you could create a beautiful piece of pearl jewellery for them, or any piece of jewellery, I suppose, is a nice luxury. And gorgeous, shocking pink pearls there for $19.95. We are going to move on, and we're now going to bring you what has been classified as neon blue quartz, but not really comfortable with that. The reason why I say that is because I think when most people think of a neon tone, they're probably going to be thinking of the sort of apatite blues, that very strong blue tone, but it's somewhere between a royal blue and a sky blue, isn't it? A neon blue, traditionally, sort of like an electric blue. This, for me, is your traditional royal blue, rather than a neon tone. Just in case anybody thinks it's the studio light, I mean, I've got a strand of apatite here, which I think is closer to a neon blue, but again, you need the light passing through it to appreciate that. Let's have a look at that. You see that? You see that sort of inner glow that you get from your apatite? I think that's what people imagine when they think of neon blues. It's a bit difficult on the rough cuts, of course, and this is much more similar to a traditional royal blue. Sorry, just dropped a strand of gemstones. So that's the comparison I would make, personally. Hasn't quite got that electric tone. Instead, you've got that traditional royal blue. That's, again, very, very popular for jewellery designers. It's basically a sort of primary colour, isn't it, the royal blue tone? And it's going to suit so many different designs, actually. It's very similar to the colour that we've got on the pearls, isn't it? So there you go, again, that's the kind of colour tone that we're looking at on the quartz. I would say more of a royal blue than a neon blue. So that's, you know, that's just to make it clear so that no one feels misled when they receive the strand, but they are actually 4 by 2 mil faceted rondelles. They're the perfect accent gemstone to any design, especially when you've got that strength of colour there. Gorgeous at just $6.95. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you now lemon quartz, but this time going to the other end of the spectrum, because we're talking about jewellery quality quartz. It's got the clarity, it's got the colour saturation. As a result, it has been faceted and cut to perfection by one of our very experienced gemstone cutters. 95 carats in total. And when you think of lemon quartz, this is the colour tone you want to see. Again, in the past, we've probably, you know, had to take what we can get, and we've seen those sort of multi-tonal strands. Yes, variety is the spice of life, but when you're talking about quality gemstones, you want that consistency of colour, and that's what you've got here. A very zesty tone here, actually. You've almost got a sort of lime hue coming through. You've almost got lemon and lime quartz here. Look at that. Faceted rondelles, but they are huge. They range in size from 5x3 to 9x6. Quite a distinctive shape and size here, so you can offer your customers quite a significant carat weight, I suppose. Now, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It represents the highest possible quality we can source for you, and it's available right now for $11.95. But that's not where we're staying tonight. As an exclusive price reduction, only available for the next 60 minutes here on The Late Show, we're going to take it down. Whoa, big price drop. A Gems of Distinction strand of lemon quartz. I mean, look at the facets there. It's definitely going to enhance any jewellery design. Perfect for those traditional charm looks, of course, because of the shape of the gemstones. Just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket, and all of a sudden this is looking like it could be a sellout deal this evening. Huge number of people flying in on the free phone number. Don't panic if you enter a short queue. You will be answered shortly by a member of our award-winning help team. Alternatively, you can shop at JewelleryMaker.com, but please make sure you check out your basket to avoid disappointment. I've got people taking 2s, maybe even 3s of this particular strand at that price point. I'm not surprised, and I'm looking at this as a combination. Talk a lot about blues and golds. Tanzanite, faceted Tanzanite and faceted lemon quartz together. The shapes mirror one another, but you've got the more delicate cuts in the Tanzanite. No one needs to know that you got a clearance price on your lemon quartz. Make sure that you are putting this in an appropriately luxurious design. Congratulations to everybody multi-buying on that particular strand, because it does offer you rather ridiculous value. In fact, we've gone global. We've got these heading over to the continent. We've got some of these going over to Texas and the US, and that really highlights the value that we're offering you, particularly on a strand like this. Absolutely amazing. It looks to me like that is going to be a sellout strand, and I'm not surprised at that price point. Just about time for us to bring you yet another star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for us to bring you another star buy, and again we've created a wholesale bundle, but this time it was actually a suggestion from one of our viewers. Sent us in a suggestion on Facebook, and producer Liam's put it together. Oh really? Oh, it's one of my friends from Facebook. Somebody who buys from us over in Ireland. Sherrison Warmersby, is that right? Does that sound right? Warmby Burn, that's right, yes. So Sherrison, I chat to her sometimes on Facebook. Yes, brilliant. Okay, so we've put together Sherrison's design. So congratulations. I hope you're already watching with your phone in hand. And I have to say, it is pretty gorgeous in terms of a combination of gemstones. You've got gorgeous amethyst, and these have been faceted in a very similar way to the lemon quartz we just saw, the faceted rondelles. They range in size from 6x3 to 10x6, giving you 90 carats in total. Again, you've got that sort of chocolate wrapper purple, if you like, that very intense purple tone. Then you've got the rough cut nuggets of neon apatite, and you have got a lot of neon hues coming through there. I'm just going to hold it out like that and see if they come through. Now I can see, because the lights are above me, when I look down on the gemstone, I can see the sort of neon blue or the tropical blues that emanate from the centre of the gemstone, but it's kind of difficult to show you that on the rough cut nuggets in the studio. But you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. You're not going to be disappointed when you get these home, certainly not at the wholesale price point. And then another fantastic addition to this, because again it plays on the sort of organic nature of the gemstones, which is shown in the apatite, your solar quartz. Gorgeous variation of sizes there, ranging from 15 by 12 to 24 by 17, giving you 150 carats in total. I mean, each and every one could be used as a pendant, although the two outer gemstones on the strand, the smaller ones, are probably appropriately sized for earrings, I would think. Have a look there, that's probably all right, I would have thought. Love the little inclusions here because you've got different colour tones on each gemstone. Here you've got a sort of moss green, here you've got a ruby red. Ooh, there you've got a little mixture of the two. Look at that one, that almost looks like a little, looks like some continents, you know, from an aerial view, something like that. Really, really interesting inclusions, and that's why people fall in love with solar quartz. Of course, I think because you've got that organic variety of a gemstone people are aware of, if people are, you know, into the whole energy that are held within crystals and the crystal healing things, quartz is thought to be a huge amplifier of different energies, I hear, so that could be something that makes solar quartz very popular when you're selling it, who knows. Neon apatite, amethyst and solar quartz, a beautiful bouquet of gemstones put together by Sherrison, and here comes your price point. So currently, if you were to buy all these three strands individually, it would set you back $30.85. Of course, all three of these gemstone strands coming from our Gems of Distinction range. But that's not your star buy price point. We're going to take this down to Bargain Town, and we're actually going to give you a saving of over £10 this evening. So roughly £10 a strand normally, but we've taken it down to $17.95. I was expecting it to go to $19.95 there, but producer Liam, ever the maverick, decided to go a little bit lower and offer you the best value on the market and then some from us here at JewelleryMaker. Of course, we do work in a very unique way here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. We don't have middlemen. Here we work directly with the mine owners and the gemstone suppliers throughout the world to make sure not only that the gemstones are being sourced ethically, but of course that we get the best possible deals. We then send them to our sort of in-house cutting team who create these gorgeous looks, and so by cutting out the middlemen, we can offer you wholesale price points on genuine gemstones, and that's exactly what we've done. And you can see how well the gemstones work together. It's a kind of a classic combination, I suppose, electric blues and vivid purples, but you can just see how well it works there. Gorgeous design there. That one's been put together by Suzanne, relying on a little bit of wire gizmo work there to bring it together, because she's actually been able to mirror the colour tones in the apatite and the amethyst within the wire. Absolutely incredible. $17.95 for three Gems of Distinction strands and three very, very well-known gemstones, which I think will lead to greater sales. Apatite, I'm expecting to see a huge influx of apatite on the British market over the next 12 months or so. It is being heavily used by American designers at the moment. Amethyst, we all know its popularity. And then the solar quartz really provides you with a focal point for your designs, doesn't it? Something to sort of build towards using your apatite and your amethyst. Absolutely gorgeous. A great combination and a huge saving there. Should be over £30 right now. You can add it to your order for $17.95. Now, we're going to go to a quick break, which will lead us into the final hour of the show. And that means that we're going to be edging ever closer to the premiere launches of what I would describe as two of the most interesting gemstones on the market. Mexican Fire Opal, which we'll talk a little bit more about, and Tanzanite. And I think a lot of our customers are already aware of the subsequent price increases that are taking place on Tanzanite. We'll explain why, and we won't honour them. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to give you the exclusive launch of Fire Opal and Tanzanite. So once again, don't go away.
Take a length of wire and mark the centre with a crease. This is so each spiral is symmetrical. Using your round nose pliers, start the spiral at one end, then changing to your flat nose pliers, push and turn. Continue this motion until you get to the crease in the middle. Then turn your wire around and flip it over. Then repeat the process, but make sure your spiral goes in the opposite direction. You should end up with an S shape. Using your round nose pliers, take your completed spiral and slightly push the spiral out on both sides. You will then need a bead of your choice and an eye pin. Take the eye pin through the one side of the cage and then through the bead and fold the cage over. Then feed the eye pin through the other end of the cage. Pull the wire tight and cut off the excess to the length required. Push the wire down the bead to form the cage. And there you have your caged earrings.
Join guest designer Karen Crawford for our Talk Necklaces DVD. Karen will guide you through a number of techniques, including how to design free-form pieces, how to make structured necklaces, adding gemstones and the Aztec weave. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Come and join guest designer Louise Jacobson on our Wirework Rings course. Louise will guide you through how to design a combination of ring styles and shapes. You will learn a variety of techniques, including how to use a ring mandrel, how to design bands and shanks, and how to attach gemstones. The full course includes a selection of colours and gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a visit to our museum. All of this for $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join the incredibly talented guest designer Alison Tarry in her very first wire sculpture DVD. In this edition, you will learn all the skills needed to create fabulous scrollwork designs, including a decorative bell, wire booties and an ornamental box. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Very exciting evening. Well, very exciting hour really, because we are getting to launch 2 of the most exciting gemstones on the planet. And coming up in about 20 minutes time, the exclusive launch of our Mexican Fire Opal. And then about 10 minutes later, we'll bring you this gorgeous strand of Tanzanite. I have to be honest, I'm expecting to see the Tanzanite sell out this evening. It is a limited edition strand, certainly at the price point that we have been given for this particular quality of Tanzanite. And I do have to say that it is going to be very, very popular. So if you do want to get hold of the Tanzanite in particular, please start dialing the second the graphics hit the screen to avoid disappointment. Okay, so those are coming up in the next half an hour or so. But before that, we're going to bring you as many deals as we can. Where are we starting, sorry? Oh, a few clearance deals to get us underway, why not? And this is a traditional double deal for the clearance. So we've taken 2 of the same strands, bundled them together so that we can offer you a wholesale deal. Basically allows us to create a larger discount. And of course, it means that you can sort of bulk buy. Always useful. Particularly, I think, if you create a beautiful piece of jewellery, maybe you create it for yourself, and then somebody notices it within a few days and they want you to either make one for them or they want to buy yours. I mean, you could just make an instant sale then, can't you? You can be like, yeah, no problem, here you go, 25 quid or what have you. Sell it and then just go home and make another one. Perfect. Now you actually get 110 carats on each strand here, so well over 200 carats in total. This is your caramel rutile quartz, a real collector's favourite because it's a gemstone prized for its inclusions. And of course, I think the inclusions are where the character is held within gemstones, particularly for bespoke jewellery designs. I mean, I know that traditionally jewellery designers look for clarity and they want the vivid colour tones, but I think when you think about a gemstone like rutile quartz that is actually prized for its inclusions, you know you're getting the real deal when you see varieties like this. And look at the variations there. Rich caramel tones, but you've also got the golden hues, the cognac tones. Absolutely beautiful. Normally, these 2 strands would set you back $29.90, so they're normally $14.95 each. But tonight, as part of a clearance double, it's buy one, get one for just £3. So $17.95 down from $29.90. That's an incredible deal, isn't it? Especially when you see the quality of this rutile quartz. The rutilations hold so much character. They're telling, each gemstone is really telling its own story, if I'm honest. And I think that's another key consideration, not just for jewellery makers, but for the people that you're selling to. They want to know they're getting a one of a kind. They want to know that there's something special about their piece of gemstone jewellery. And if you're working with a gemstone like this, like your rutile quartz, then I think that is going to lead to greater sales, especially because you'll be able to charge much more affordable prices when you consider the fact that you're getting over 200 carats for just $17.95. Normally 1 strand is $14.95. Right now 2 strands for $17.95. A genuine clearance deal this evening, but it is only available for 60 minutes, as are all of our bundles and clearance deals. So if you are placing it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Maybe you've always wanted to own some rutile quartz, but you've never had the opportunity. This is some of the finest quality rutile quartz we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. In fact, traditionally, when we look for the rutile quartz, we are looking for these caramel tones, in fact, and rather gorgeous it is too, because you've got such huge carat weights. They range in size from 9x6 to 16x8, and you've got a great deal of design scope there, whether it is using them in the traditional way for your droplet earrings and your pendant, or whether you do maybe incorporate them into a bit of wire work. Maybe you want to create the 5-petal flowers using your top jewel drops. These are definitely going to fit the bill. And of course, as we move into the autumn season, these again are ticking the box, aren't they? Because you've got those sort of fall colour tones. Absolutely fantastic, and a huge saving there of $11.95 worth of saving on that particular bundle. Amazing. Moving on. Okay, I'll tell you what, you could actually use these together because of the earthy colours. Might be interesting to have that gemstone that has more of a high-end finish against the gemstones that have the opaque finish. I don't know. What do you think? There you go. So you've got the quite earthy golden hues being mirrored. Definitely think the colour combination works. You know, earlier on we had the amethyst shields, and they were quite a traditional cut, and you think of sort of medieval shields. These, for me, have more of a sort of a tribalistic shield look. You know what I'm thinking of? Have you seen those? Pete, you'll know. You watch a lot of National Geographic Channel. If you think about traditional sort of tribal looks, and they have much larger shields, don't you think this is the kind of shape you'd see of them? So like Aboriginal tribes, things like that. This is the kind of feel I'm getting from them.
Like New Zealand?
Yeah, the sort of Maori tribes. Maori tribes, yeah, exactly right, yeah. Pete's on my wavelength.
I know what you're on about.
Oh my God. Now we're in trouble. Pete's on my wavelength. Can you see how worried I am? I'm joking. Me and Pete are friends, by the way, in case everybody tells me off for teasing you sometimes, Pete, It's because they love you. Who wouldn't? Now, we are going to give you a bit of a clearance deal on this particular bundle. We've doubled them up. You get a huge number of gemstones here. They're actually twisted rectangles, so I'm sort of seeing them as sort of tribalistic shields. That's just my personal view. Love that. I mean, it's almost like a leopard print almost, isn't it, as well? So, there's quite a few different maybe imagery and connotations that you can apply to this particular gemstone. They are 30 by 15 mil in size, giving you over 200 carats on each strand. So, as a result, you're looking at nearly, what are we talking about? No, over 450 carats on this particular bundle. Normally it would be 20.90, so it's normally 10.45 per strand. But we're not staying there tonight. We're going to give you a clearance price point, $11.95 for the two. Normally 10.45 for one strand of picture jasper. Tonight, two for $11.95. Unbelievable. As I say, I do know how we're able to do this, and it's because of the unique way we work, cutting out the middlemen, working directly with the minos to make sure we get the best possible deals. But I think you were getting the best value on the market at $10.45 for one strand, $11.95. It's almost like producer Liam's lost his mind. But don't worry about that. Take advantage of the incredible value he's offering you here as part of this clearance double, and you can add 2 strands of jasper to your order for just $11.95. We'll move on. This isn't going to last very long. How many of these have you got? Now there's only around 30 of this bundle available. We know how popular pyrite is, and we know why. Because, well, it could be seen as a bit of a money saver because you can use it instead of precious metals like gold. But I think most people don't really view pyrite as a substitute for gold. I think they just see it as a way to incorporate that metallic shimmer into their designs. It's, of course, known as fool's gold, and that's because it's been mistaken for the real thing so many times. And you can sort of see why when you look at these examples, can't you? Sparkling away beautifully there and offering you that golden tone. Now, the really impressive thing about these particular strands are that they graduated. So, in all honesty, the design's done for you. You don't really have to do a great deal. They range from 4mm up to 12mm, so you can actually use the 4mm for some of the more intricate disciplines, such as your bead looming or your soutache. You could use the larger ones in the centre, the 8mm ones, maybe as your macrame designs. You could use these as feature gemstones. Or, of course, as I say, you could just rely on that graduation. Or, in fact, what am I thinking of? You can do both because you've got 2 strands. It's a double deal. And, of course, whenever we double it up, we're actually halving our stock levels and making a bit of a limited edition deal. Currently, it would cost you $17.90 to get these home, so $8.95 per strand. But we're about, really? Wow, sorry, I just heard the price point and just reacted straight away. My apologies. But yes, you've actually got over 400 carats of pyrite here, but for just $10.95. Wow. That is seriously impressive, isn't it? And especially as these have been faceted so beautifully, so we've really been able to bring out that metallic shimmer from the pyrite, because when the light hits those faceted surfaces, you can see the way it's sparkling even in our studio lights. That's going to have even a greater effect once you get these home and start to set them into your designs. I mean, just a little bit of daylight or incandescent light, and that's going to really sparkle like there's no tomorrow. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course that graduation, which is so popular with so many jewellery makers. Over half the stock's now been allocated on this particular item, so it looks to me like this could be a sellout deal. If you have placed it in your basket, please check out to avoid disappointment. I can't guarantee that we'll be able to bring you a price point like this again for this strand, down from $17.90 to $10.95. And I'm just thinking, if you want to play on the golden vibe, this is a little bit of inspiration from producer Liam. He's saying, what about the Fire Opal though? It definitely works, doesn't it? You've got the faceted finish on the opals being mirrored in the pyrite, and you've got that sort of golden tone being taken one stage further by the pyrite. Love that. That's coming up in 5 minutes time as a premiere launch, don't forget. We're going to move on though, because we've got one more clearance deal. And here it comes. Okay. We were talking earlier about creating designs with your kiddie winks over the holidays. These are perfect. They're heart-shaped, multicoloured crackled quartz. So you've got your texture, you've got your shape, you've got your colour tones, and of course, you've got the variety. Have a look at these. It's like pick and mix gemstones, isn't it? Love this. Actually, do you know what? Because they sort of mirror one another on each strand, you could just use these to create lots of pairs of earrings. I mean, that's a great way to maximise, particularly if you are maybe selling your designs in a venue where you do need to create more affordable pieces. Because of the price point here, and because of the, I suppose it doesn't take as long to create those, so they're a bit of a time saver, aren't they, creating matching pairs of earrings. I'll count them up, in fact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40 pairs of earrings. Even at £5 a pair, you're making £200 off of this particular clearance double. They're always popular, the crackled quartz, because of the texture, but here we've got your heart-shaped crackled quartz in a variety of different colours. $18.90 any other time, so $9.45 normally for these strands. But we're not staying there. Normally you get 130 carats, but tonight you're getting 260 carats. Hold on a minute, normally you get 130 carats for $9.45. He said, I'm allowed to go to something 45. Well, they won't be giving you many rules anymore, will they? Or is that the idea? There you go. He's a stickler for the rules. He likes to stick to the rules. Basically, he likes to flaunt the rules in the faces of the people who are shackling him. And so basically, you can get 2 strands for a lower price point than you'd normally get 1 strand this evening. I don't know what to say. We're basically giving these away. 260 carats for a lower price than you'd normally pay for 130 carats. How many of this bundle did you have? Oh, a limited number, I'm afraid. We've only got around about 30, and around about 20 have already been allocated. If you have placed it in your basket, I can't really offer you better value than that, because we're actually beating the price you'd normally pay for 1 strand, but we're giving you 2. I've got to get that off screen. That's ridiculous. We're almost devaluing the gemstone there. And actually, because we're going to have to start the superstar buy a little early, we're going to do our Fire Opal star buy right now. Absolutely delicious. I love this gemstone. I love the variety of colour tones you've got here, but also I really feel like this is a gemstone that tells its own story. It almost embodies where it's actually come from, because when you look at this gemstone, really what I'm reminded of are those intense colour tones that I would normally associate with fiery lava, and that's exactly where Mexican Fire Opal comes from. When you traditionally think of opal as a gemstone, I think most people think of that colour play that we saw earlier in our gem collector, the 6 stone collection, you know, the one? And that's a sort of a traditional sort of jelly opal. And so what's happened when that opal's formed is that it does form from lava, but it's very slow cooling lava. So what happens is it cools over a long period of time, and actually what forms is a sort of lattice or grid-like formation inside the gemstone. And it's built up of different elements inside, and so when the light enters the gemstone, it passes through that different grid of sort of that crystal structure, but at different speeds because of the different elements, and therefore the light is sort of trapped inside the gemstone, and you get that swirl of colour, that opalescence, that pin fire, if you like. What's happened with a Mexican Fire Opal is that traditionally, where we actually find deposits of Mexican Fire Opal tend to be in the outer extremities of a riverbed. So what we actually now seem to think is it's got nothing to do with riverbeds, it's actually where the lava has actually flowed. And then you get the crystals forming in the outer extremities, the little bends of the river basically. When the lava's flowed down, when you've got this huge sort of intense and, well, I suppose rather exciting eruption coming from the centre of the earth, what happens is the lava flows down. It comes down at huge speeds actually, and it tends to flow in, you know, predetermined areas. And so if it hits a riverbed, that's perfect for the lava because it can flow through it. But when the water smashes into the lava, it accelerates the cooling process. So instead of that sort of slow cooling process where it allows that lattice structure to build up, instead it's almost like the lava's sort of frozen in time because it's been forced to cool so quickly. Often it's not just water, you get other elements like silica which will infiltrate the lava and it will speed up the cooling process further. So what it actually does is, instead of allowing that colour play to exist, instead it retains the fiery tones from the lava from which it's actually formed. I actually find that even more impressive than the colour play, because what you're actually getting here is basically fossilised lava, and you're actually able to experience the same extremities of the pressures and the temperatures, but through the colour tones. That's the way I see it. And the quickest cooling gemstones retain the most colour, of course, and so the rarest varieties as a result are these sort of cherry red tones. Because, of course, I mean, that is the most intense lava. It's been forced to cool very quickly. And so it's actually very rare to find cherry opal, but you've got a huge number of them on this strand. I have to say, the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, he is a real-life gem hunter, and he is very heavily involved in current sourcing of Mexican Fire Opal. So Steve and his good friend Glenn Lara, one of the, well, I suppose one of the best gemstone cutters in the world, certainly one of the most talented that I've ever had the privilege of meeting. So they're actually involved in a project at the moment where they're trying to source very high-end Mexican Fire Opal to be cut, especially for a special collection for Glenn Lara. So it is a gemstone that's close to our heart here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, and as a result we do have strong links with the mine owners in that region of the world, and of course that means we get the best deals on the market. We're going to pass those savings on to you this evening and then some, because this is a star buy deal. We're going to give you an exclusive launch price. This is a 24cm strand, and actually I'll tell you what, this is one for all the sort of Mark Smiths out there, because colour graduating this is not going to take you very long, but it's going to be pretty fun. Have a look at the variation of colour tones, the golden hues, the tangerines, and then those rich cherry reds as well. this is really interesting actually, because obviously I'm talking about the scientific knowledge that we know now about the gemstone, and we've sort of worked it out, we've pieced it all together, but producer Liam's doing a bit of research and he's telling me how they used to view the gemstone before they had access to all of this sort of scientific knowledge. He's saying ancient civilizations used to believe that because of the intensity of colour, this could only have been created in the waters of paradise. I mean, that in itself sounds so romantic, doesn't it? In fact, the Aztec civilization used to know this as the stone of the bird of paradise. That's great, isn't it? Because that's the kind of sort of folklore that can influence your designs, because I've seen lots of sort of pieces of gemstone jewellery which again emulate Mother Nature, but from an animal point of view. So imagine creating a sort of wirework structure of a bird of paradise and encrusting it with fire opal, and you can actually call it the bird of paradise pendant. From you know, these kind of things can start to inform your designs, I suppose. I would actually advise people to do their own research into the gemstones. I know we try to give you as much knowledge as we can on the show, but there's so much to learn about gemstones. The more you learn, the more you're going to want to learn. So I would actually encourage people to do their own research, particularly into a gemstone as exciting and interesting as Mexican fire opal. As I say, I was talking about this, I think it might have been last night. I was saying, you know, if gemstones aren't something you're impassioned about, spend 10 minutes with Steve Bennett, the owner of this company, and you'll want to be a gemologist. That he's sort of so impassioned, you just get caught up in it. And I have to say, I recently did have a little sort of training session or exchange of ideas with Steve and Glenn Lair, and they were talking about their trip to Mexico, where they're trying to source this very, very high-end variety of fire opal. All of a sudden, fire opal just became something that I'm really passionate about. So the more you learn, the more passionate you become. We are going to give you our exclusive launch price for this premier strand of fire opal, and here it comes. $19.95. I won't even talk to you about the kind of price points that Steve and Glenn were discussing when they were talking about their varieties of fire opal. Basically, they're talking about coming up with new mining processes that actually allow them to extract fire opal from much greater depths. So they're expecting the colour tones to be even more intense than we're seeing here. But if you can imagine the kind of carat weights they'll be playing with, and once Glenn Lair has cut them, they will be sort of one-of-a-kind cuts. Yes, and pretty much you can move the decimal place and not one place. Okay, so people are going to start to pay huge sums of money to get this gemstone into their collection at $19.95. We're talking about, what, 60p a carat here? And just have a look at the intensity of the colour. It's not as though you're getting sort of, you know, pale examples of Mexican fire opal. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 varieties of the rarest possible form of Mexican fire opal, cherry opals there. So you've got 11 cherry opals, and have a look at this. On the slightly paler variety, the golden tones, which has cooled a little slower, of course, because it hasn't retained as much of the lava tones, you've actually got a little bit of pinfire there, a little bit of pink colour, a little bit of a play of colour there, opalescence. Not traditionally found in this variety of opal, but seriously rare, seriously impressive. The highest possible quality we could ever source for you, I believe. And, well, who knows? I have seen a great increase in the quality of gemstones, but, I mean, I think you'd be hard pushed to find a higher quality of fire opal than that, certainly for that price point. And I think this might actually be the most affordable strand of faceted opal that we stock here at JewelleryMaker, based on this launch price, faceted fire opal, sorry, based on this exclusive launch price. So if you do want to get faceted fire opal, and actually I think you need the faceting because it brings out the little sparkle and that sort of intensity that you get from the lava tones. It's available right now for $19.95. So well done to everybody getting hold of that. because I personally see this as a collector's gemstone and something that any gemstone enthusiast should have in their personal collection. So if you are using the Gems of Distinction range in that way to develop your own personal collection, this for me is a must-have, especially at that price point. 35 carats of Mexican Fire Opal for £20. Unbelievable. Now, coming up in around about, what are we going to say, 10 minutes time or so, we're going to bring you a superstar buy this evening. Well, probably one of the rarest and most prestigious gemstones on the planet, gorgeous Tanzanite. This is absolutely phenomenal. Normally, I compare the Tanzanite colours to sort of double A's if they were gaining that classification. None of our Tanzanite is a high enough carat weight to be being colour classified, but there's a few here, I have to say. They'd be borderline treble A colour tones. Of course, as I say, they're not going to gain that colour classification because you're not getting a high enough carat weight on any single gemstone, but wow, that's all I'm going to say about that one. Wow, that's coming up in about 10 minutes time. You say number 6? Oh, I'm messing around tonight, are we? Another of the big 5, so we'll bring you Tanzanite in a few minutes. Actually, I'll tell you what. How about those together? Tanzanite and ruby. We know that recently one of our customers created a design using Tanzanite, ruby and emerald. I think she bought each of the strands for around £30 to £40, and she had her necklace valued at over £500. It was based on the carat weight she included and the quality of the gemstone she'd used. So just goes to highlight exactly what we're offering you here at JewelleryMaker. And if you are working with the big 4, the big 5, you're potentially offering your customers items that they can't source elsewhere, or they certainly maybe never thought they'd have the opportunity to own, because they're such a luxurious offering. I mean, these are rich red rubies. July's birthstone, but actually I think rubies are one of those gemstones that most people want in their collection. They want to own rubies. 25 carats in total, and you've got your top drill drops here. I mean, when you're working with a gemstone that is this prestigious, that has this much gravitas attached to it, I think I probably would keep my designs pretty simple. I'll be quite sparing, probably use the smaller ones as droplet earrings and the larger one as a pendant, make my money back for the strand and keep the rest for myself. Does that sound a bit greedy? Well, I just don't want to give my rubies away. I think there's a lot of jewellery makers out there that will agree with that. So use 3 gemstones, make the money back that you've spent on the strand and keep the rest for yourself. Fair enough. 25 carats in total. They range in size from 4x3 to 6x4, so quite a subtle variation, but large enough to make the different gemstones useful in different pieces of jewellery. This comes, seriously? Wow, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range, but this is one of the highest quality strands of ruby we've ever been able to source for you here at JewelleryMaker, and we're about to do the first ever price reduction on this particular strand. So maybe you've missed out on this previously, maybe you didn't even see the launch. You're in for a treat because we still have some in stock, and we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction only available for the next 60 minutes, as with all of our clearance price points. 25 carats of ruby down from $44.95 to $34.95, a £10 saving on gorgeous red rubies. And well, these are undeniably rich red rubies. They've got that gorgeous cherry red tone, or do you know what, there's only one way to describe it: ruby red. That's what they are. That's the bottom line. And yeah, to add one of the big 4 or big 5, depending on how you look at it, to your collection for that price point, totally bonkers really, but that's what we do. As I say, we managed to get the most competitive price points available on the market, and we pass those savings on to our customers. In fact, you know, I think traditionally, if, you know, certain companies were spending 3 or 4 years building up their brand and building up awareness about what they're doing, at that point, they'd probably start to inflate their prices slightly. And I think that's, you know, that's a normal business model. I'm not having a go at anybody, but we do it the opposite way round here at JewelleryMaker. The higher the customer levels get, the greater the buying power we have, and the bigger the savings we offer. Taking 25 carats of ruby down to £35, that is a £10 saving, but of course at that price, you can only take advantage of that deal, which is the lowest ever price for 60 minutes, or while stocks last, because they are flying out the door. Gems of Distinction strand, of course, because some of the highest quality ruby, some of the highest individual carat weights we've been able to bring you on a single strand of ruby. Incredible to do that price slash as well. Oh yeah. Okay, so now we're moving on, and we're going to give you a strand of aragonite. Very, very interesting gemstone, and it's actually known, and I think, I don't know why they've changed it, because don't you think this is such a much more romantic name? Iron flowers. Yeah, it's because basically it's basically a form of say like calcite, quite a common element in the Earth's crust. And what happens is, when aragonite forms, it was originally discovered in a town in Spain called Aragon, and it was named after that location. And when the gemstone actually forms, well, just like we were discussing with the opal, and it forms sort of lattice structure, aragonite actually forms branch-like structures. If you look at it under a microscope, it literally looks like a plant or a branch. That's the crystal formation that forms, and so previously it's been known as iron flowers, and I just think that's an even more beautiful name. Aragonite does sort of evoke imagery from the region in which it was discovered, and the brilliant thing about aragonite, especially from a jewellery making and crafting point of view, is that it actually takes on the dyeing processes that we use within the industry very, very well. And so what happens is, you get this strength of colour. You know the dye is never going to come off because it takes on that dyeing process so beautifully. You know, if ever you do get a gemstone where, you know, it's an alternative dyeing process that's been applied to the gemstone at a later part of the treatment, all you really need to do, it's just excess dye. So just get a warm, some warm water and a cloth, give it a good wipe. You'll be able to take off that excess dye. It's not actually, you know, a malfunction, if you like, with the strand. It's not actually a flaw. You can just take it off. It's just excess dye. These you won't have that problem with, because the dyeing process happens at a much earlier part of the process, and so therefore the dyes are taken on really well. But what happens is, because of the sort of irregular crystal structure formed by the branch-like structures, the dye is actually sort of runs through the gemstone and creates these almost wave-like banding. Can you see this here? I mean, that looks like just watching the sea lap up on the shore, doesn't it? Actually, do you know what? Once again, I think we've stumbled across a gemstone here that would be brilliant for unisex designs. So you could use these for, well, we know how much ladies love blue gemstones, but they work brilliantly for masculine designs. I mean, a macrame bracelet with those gemstones, they're going to do the talking for you, aren't they? 12mm rounds for a start, so they're quite a significant size. Or how about, I mean, actually, have a look at this. You can see the design that Tanya put together for me, one of our viewers, who was nice enough to create a piece of jewellery for me. There you go, you can recreate that with the aragonite. It'd look fantastic, wouldn't it? Bit of the blue cord. Fantastic. Okay, $6.95, that's flying out the door, and I'm not surprised because it's a very individual look, but for a very affordable gemstone, so I'm impressed by that. Okay, time now. Oh, now that you say that, sorry. I just thought, how well does it go with those blue pearls as well if you got hold of them? It's a good combination, actually. Okay, now, the reason I make reference to that is that we've been running a little bit of a competition this evening, and based on the fact that what should we say, a good Samaritan handed my wallet in and didn't even take a penny out of it. I was so impressed with this. It renewed my faith in humanity, shall we say. So I wanted you all to send in your heartwarming tales of kindness when somebody else has been kind to you. As ever, Liam went in the other direction, started to tell us how kind he is. But yeah, we've had lots of entries, and the producer and director, have been reading through them all, and I think they've made a decision. We've got a winner. Now we're going to send this pearl necklace out to the winner, and we're going to announce the winner prior to reading out your tale of kindness. Okay, so hopefully you've all enjoyed this tonight. It's a nice topic to talk about, isn't it? People being kind. That's what we want. You should always treat people the way you want to be treated. That's what I was taught. Okay, so without further ado, time to unveil the winner. I have to say there were a few front runners. Some of the early stories we had were actually leading the whole way throughout the show. Claire, you sent in a fantastic story. We were all touched by all of the stories, actually, and I've been reading a few of them in the breaks. But the winner is Val from the West Midlands, so just down the road. Just trying to save yourself money on stamps here, aren't you guys? No, I'm joking. I'm absolutely joking. And when you hear Val's story, you'll understand why she's the winner. I will read it out for you. Have a look at what we're sending over to Val. It's my gorgeous blue pearl necklace. Val has sent in her story. It says, I am disabled and I drive a scooter. I went out to the shopping centre on a hot day and my scooter died. Because they're battery powered, of course, yes. 2 young men pushed me and my scooter all the way home. When I turned round, they'd vanished afterwards. So they just literally pushed her to a door. They didn't want any thanks, any reward. They were just doing a good deed and then they scalped. So there you go, that's a lovely story. And also, you know, I think sometimes youngsters get a bad rep, don't they? And everybody thinks that they're just selfish and they don't care. But actually, there you go. Heartwarming story there, helped Val out. And, you know, I know a lot of our customers do suffer from different disabilities. And a lot of the time, they tell us that JewelleryMaker's given them a new lease of life. It's given them something that allows them to express themselves creatively. So it's nice to touch on those people. So thank you, Val, for sending that in, and you will receive the pearl necklace that I created last week. You'll probably want to remake it, to be honest, Val, but maybe not, who knows. Okay, so congratulations to Val, and I suppose that brings us neatly into our superstar buy, which this evening is Tanzanite. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our superstar buy. This will be our final opportunity of the evening, and I always try to say that it's our most exclusive launch of the evening. Tonight, it's undeniable because we're about to bring you one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet. A gemstone exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was originally discovered in the late 60s, early 70s. And it's just phenomenal. Now, we talk about a traditional big four when we think of the gemstones, and most people are aware of sapphires, rubies, emeralds and diamonds. You'd think a gemstone would have to have had to be around for sort of thousands of years to be put on a pedestal with those gemstones, but not Tanzanite. Only has around about 50, 60 years worth of history attributed to it, and yet we now talk about a big five thanks to this gemstone. It's a gemstone that I think most people are aware of, and I think people are a little more enamoured by Tanzanite than they are by the traditional big four these days, because of course everybody seems to own those. But Tanzanite is thought to be a one-generational gemstone. So because it's a one-location gemstone, it only forms in a certain region in Tanzania, in one mine known as Tanzanite 1, for obvious reasons. It makes it so rare that we don't know how long the resources are going to last. In fact, we've had a few scares over the years where we have actually thought we've depleted all of the resource. Fortunately, we've managed to find new deposits within the mine, but you know, those probably won't last forever. And so it is thought that it's actually 1,000 times rarer than diamonds. Now, I think that as a company, we've always been fairly successful in sourcing this gemstone. And I, myself, have sold a lot of Tanzanite working for the Genuine Gemstone Company because of its popularity. Wow. You can see what I was talking about now with the treble A blues, can't you? But I have to say, in fact, the most expensive piece of jewellery I've ever sold for the Genuine Gemstone Company was a Tanzanite ring. I think it was $3,999. But I think it was valued at over £5,000, so that goes to show the value you get from Gems TV, I suppose. But it also goes to show the kind of price points people are prepared to pay to get Tanzanite into their collection. Now, I never thought we'd have the opportunity to bring you Tanzanite here at JewelleryMaker because of its rarity, because of its prestige, because it is used not just by high street jewellers and the top-end designers, but probably some of the biggest designers in the world, some of the most prestigious jewellery designers in the world, people who actually design one-offs for, you know the types, the celebrity types out there who have that money to play with. But we do have the capability to bring you this gemstone here at JewelleryMaker, and you can add it to your order right now. Start dialing the free phone number to put yourself at the front of the queue. I'm expecting this to be a sellout strand this evening, especially when you see the price point. We are going to honour our previous Tanzanite prices this evening, potentially for the final time, I don't know. The reason that I touch on the price point, we have been discussing this for a few weeks now here at JewelleryMaker, but who knows, you might have been away, you might not have checked in with us for a couple of weeks. If you're tuning in right now, well, you're in for a real treat. Now, the thing with Tanzanite 1 is, because of the way we operate here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we've always had a strong relationship with the mine owners of Tanzanite 1. You know, it sounds ridiculous really when you think about it, but you know, the owner of the company, Steve Bennett, he'll be on first name terms with the guys that operate Tanzanite 1. In fact, you know, at the start of the year, we broke a world record by cycling to Tanzania and back on our exercise bike, and that was so that we could raise funds to give something back to the community there. We actually raised £100,000, and we're going to be building 5 schools around the region from which we actually source Tanzanite. So we try to responsibly sort of translate Mother Nature's resources. We try to give everybody the opportunity to own genuine gemstones, but we also try to give something back to the communities from which the resources come. So we try to be quite ethical in that way, but unfortunately other companies aren't really giving anything back, and so now the government in Tanzania are bringing in new, very, very strict rules about the way Tanzanite is going to be dealt with. We used to just sort of sidle up. Steve could shake hands with the man there and say, yeah, this is the price I'll give you. I like the way you operate at the mine. He'd give us a huge sack of rough Tanzanite. We'd send it to our cutting house, and therefore we cut out the middlemen, give you an amazing price for probably one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet. Can't do that anymore. You drive up now, doesn't matter if you know you're on first names basis with the mine owner, because he says, yeah, unfortunately I will have a huge fine put on me if I let you take the rough. It has to be cut in that region of Tanzania. And there are obvious reasons for that. They're trying to protect their natural resources. These have very serious commercial impacts on these communities. Of course, you know, a lot of African communities are quite impoverished. As I say, we try to combat that by giving something back, and of course we've recently just launched our Equal World channel, where we will be giving stuff back through our charity auctions, but from a direct point of view, we are trying to build schools in that area. But it's not enough, basically. And so the, I think, I can't quite remember his name, but the head of the mineral department in Tanzania, and I imagine that's quite a high profile job in Tanzania. Actually, if you go to Tanzania, or even if you look on a map, you'll see there's actually a huge rock valley that flows through the entire country from the north borders to the south, and at some parts this rock valley is 300 kilometers in width. So you can imagine how many different gemstone mines form there. And of course, when you think about Africa as a continent, we do think that that's where all life began, and so a lot of the tectonic plates are going to have broken off from Africa as a continent, but they've left these very rich mineral valleys behind. And Tanzanite 1 is found within this rock valley. Now, they're trying to protect their interests, so the Tanzanite has to be cut elsewhere. That, in turn, is going to drive the price up because it's a middleman we can't cut out, if you pardon the pun. So these lapidarists are the middlemen we can't avoid, and we wouldn't want to because this is the new legislation. Fortunately, we have decided that tonight, so that we can offer people a superstar buy opportunity of real merit, we're going to honour our previous Tanzanite prices. We're going to lower our personal margins a little bit. We're going to ignore the price we now pay for Tanzanite, and we're going to offer you our sort of historic Tanzanite prices only for this evening, as far as I'm aware. Who knows, we might do a few more exclusive deals, but this is my understanding. This is basically sort of a swan song to our previous Tanzanite prices. Now, Tanzanite looks fantastic. You can set it into yellow gold because you've got that rich royal blue tone, or of course it looks fantastic with silver. That's how Sam's used it in her designs, actually, and you've set it with the silver charm deal from earlier. But also, this is a great idea because it allows you to create a Tanzanite piece of jewellery where Tanzanite is the showcase gemstone, but you can be quite sparing with the number you place in the design. So very good idea there, Sam. Wow, okay, well that's really impressive. So producer Liam has been with the company for coming up to nearly a year now, and he's saying this is the lowest price point he's seen for Tanzanite, except for the rough cut nuggets, which of course we can no longer source, or we're going to find it difficult to source. There might be some leeway in terms of getting hold of the rough cut nuggets. I'll have to look into that. I'm always going to be honest. If I don't know, I say I don't know. So you might be possible to buy the rough cut nuggets as long as you don't cut them. I'm not sure, so I'll have to check. These have been cut, these have been faceted. Now, traditionally, when you think of Tanzanite, it tends to get a colour grading if the carat weight is large enough. And it ranges from AA, which are maybe some of these sort of paler tones here that you'd associate with the gemstone. Then they range up to treble A's, which are very, very prestigious and usually gain at least a 3-figure, sometimes a 4-figure sum. And then you've got quadruple A's, which are always going to be at least 4 figures, maybe 5-figure sums for quadruple A's. Now, normally I always think, obviously they're not going to gain the colour classification because they're smaller carat weights, but I always think they're around about double A's, which is more than acceptable. I would say that the saturation on some of these gemstones, not all on the strand, but if you just look at the ones that have the richer purple tones, they're almost getting on for sort of colour tones I'd associate with treble A Tanzanites. So just to be clear, I'm not classifying this as a treble A Tanzanite, but the kind of colour saturation I'd associate with that grading, that colour grading. You can see it right there at the front of that recording there. You can see the difference between the sort of violet tones and the rich royal blues that you are getting on some of the gemstones. Okay, half the stock has already been allocated here. So I hope you've already started dialing the free phone number, because you're going to be kicking yourself if not when you see this price point. $17.95. I mean, actually, Sam, you've been really clever with your Tanzanite here, because you've been economical with the use of it, haven't you? You've set just a number of simple gemstones. You've made a feature of them. Because you've been sparing with them, it shows how prestigious they are.
They're just so... They're very shiny. Because they're very shiny.
Yes.
Like, there is a proper word for that. But basically, you don't have to use hundreds of them. You don't have to use an entire strand in one design, because
absolutely
it would be almost an overkill, because they're so beautiful just on their own.
So actually, you'd be doing the gemstone a disservice if you piled too many in, because then they're sort of competing with one another.
Also, your customer's not going to believe that if you put, depending on your price plan that you put on it, if you put like 15 in one, they're not going to believe that's real Tanzanite.
Right.
At all.
I
so
see.
you just put a few and they'll
believe.
So
this is a key consideration for jewellery makers. You have to not only price your jewellery appropriately, but you have to use your gemstones appropriately, because otherwise, as Sam's saying, People just aren't going to believe that you've managed to source this quality of Tanzanite for this price, and if you pile 30 carats into one necklace design, they're going to say, yeah, okay, sure. But that is exactly what we're doing here. Most people coming through are taking 2 strands of this. I'm not surprised at that price point. In fact, yes, the lowest price point we've seen for Tanzanite of this quality. And I mean, I think I brought you a similar strand for $33.95 on the morning show, and even then I was waxing lyrical about the value that we can bring you here at JewelleryMaker, but at $17.95 I think we really are going above and beyond here. We're trying to make Tanzanite as accessible as possible. As you know, we never do anything to devalue any gemstone, particularly Tanzanite, and we do you know, take a very responsible view of transferring Mother Nature's gorgeous resources. But at $17.95 we are literally bending over backwards. That is effectively 50p a carat for faceted Tanzanite Rondelles. I am mesmerised, not just by the price point and the value, but the quality of the gemstones. They're absolutely exceptional. Now, if you do want to get hold of these, we do still have some stock remaining, although we're approaching limited availability, as you'd expect. And if everybody who had it placed in their basket checked out, I think I'd be left with roughly 20 strands. And we've got a queue on the phone lines. Okay, so it could be already that people are going to miss out on this strand. Don't take my word for it. Speak to a member of the award-winning help team, or alternative, if you've got it placed in your basket, just check out now. Don't take the risk. I'd hate for anybody to miss out on this deal. $17.95. Somebody's just come through and taken 3 strands of this. Christine's got 2, Tracy's got 2. Most people multi-buying this strand. Basically, it's a half-price deal. That's because I was thinking $34.95, $17.95, 50p a carat for 35 carats of Tanzanite. Just enough time for me to thank you all for joining us. I'll be on the morning show on Friday, so join me at 9 AM. Thank you and good night.
Oh my goodness, so many goodies. Have a little look. Diamonds. Girls' best friends. I have got some extra special diamonds on for you today.
Oh my word, they are sparkling
really
like no tomorrow. It's too long. I think we should cut it and we should keep half.
Oh my goodness.
And then you can have the other half.
And then you can have the other half.
I like that idea.
I like that idea
Good plan.
a lot, Ali. I've got so many bundles coming up for you.
Have you got a big
well
quantity
today.
of them?
Plenty of these today. Yeah, double figures, but still.